Good morning. Good morning. I want to first start by saying happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Queen Petty. Happy birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Birthdays are super special and they definitely deserve to be celebrated. Especially you. You've been a great supporter of my channel pretty much from the beginning. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful day today. Couple things. Welcome back to Facing Reality. It's me, January. I hope you had a wonderful evening yesterday. I enjoyed being with you guys to watch some of the interviews from KUSA. I've got one more quick interview today. I also have the video from when Mark was arrested. We'll look at a couple pieces of evidence and then we're going straight into the opening statements. I do want to just apologize for yesterday. I said multiple times that Dylan was 12. I believe Dylan was 13. Um, Same thing, I mean, not to be inconsiderate or whatever, but my apologies. I was wrong, and it's always great to admit when you're wrong. So that won't be the first time. Or I mean that isn't the first time, it won't be the last time. So just to check in with the chat. Good morning, Britt. Good morning, Queen Petty. I'm so glad that you guys are here today. So what did you think? Did you guys go home or well, I guess you didn't leave anywhere, but did you guys have a chance to look up anything about Dylan, anything about Mark Redwine? Some of you, this had been the first time that you had heard about it. So I just am, I'm curious to know if you guys did any research overnight. I will remind you again, I said it yesterday, just to reiterate. First of all, there may be details that are very disturbing. I've pinned that comment in the chat. If you have to walk away, please do so. Your mental health is very important. When we're speaking about these cases, especially ones that have to do with children, those are very disheartening. They can be very, mentally and emotionally draining. So I completely understand. Walk away when you need to, because your mental health is very important, not only to me, but to all of those around you. Second thing that I wanted to remind you guys of is that remember, the sound quality is not the best. So grab headphones, earbuds, or do whatever you need to do, because you'll want to be able to hear. Now, keep in mind the opening statements, those are not evidence. correct? So it's not as important, but it kind of gives you a lead up as to what you're about to hear and what you're about to see. The camera angle is kind of far away in the courtroom, so sometimes it's kind of hard to hear the attorneys. However, as the trial progresses and we've got people on the witness stand and stuff, that's great. You can hear all of that just fine. It's just pretty much these opening statements, and when it's a wide, broad, open courtroom. Britt says, I didn't have a chance to look anything up, but was wondering if Dylan had ever said anything to his mom about the pixie found. I don't believe so. If I remember correctly, at some point, I feel like she was kind of asked that question if she had knew about it, and I don't think she really did until I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to misspeak, but she never mentions it really. Corey does, and Corey mentions it on Dr. Phil. Like Corey, he's not while he lied to Dylan and said I deleted those pictures, he was trying to protect Dylan in that moment. But Corey was very much disgusted by those photos as well. So I don't know if I mean I would how would that feel, right? So ex, or even if it's your ex, right? So it'd be even 100 times worse if it was like your actual person that you're with. But even being an ex, I feel like I would want to go throw up at that point, because like just to think, I don't know, like what if you were I can't. I can't. Y'all see me vomit right here on I can't do it. All right, before we get started, one more thing. Don't forget, guys, I do have the affirmations coloring book. Lights on it. It's me, January, down in the chat. I didn't pin it, but I did add the link. It's on sale right now for like $3.40 something cents. It's a really good coloring book. There are blank pages on the back, so you don't have to worry about bleed through. Just something, something cool that you can do to support me and my family, and also to help your mental health. It's good to just sit and relax. And yes, Queen Betty, girl, that shit was nasty. Ooh, nasty. All right, real quick, before we hear this quick little interview from Mark, I do want to show you a couple of these videos. So give me just a moment. Let me get to it. All right, here we go. Now remember, Dylan, his flight was delayed. And so because his flight was delayed, he got to stay an extra night, and so he went and had a sleepover, a hangout with his friends. And so this was a photo that was taken there at his friends. Let's see, we've got a couple more that I want to show you. Dylan's with the Greenville hat. I'm so glad he got to hang out with his friends. I really am. I think we got one more. Here we go. Just a fun, loving preteen boy who didn't want to go to his dad's, and they freaking made him. Pardon me, I have coffee this morning. And I feel like maybe had that not happened, had they listened to him, maybe had he been, I don't know. I want to uphold, a judge's decision in a court, but as a mom, and my kid's sitting there telling me they don't want to go. Poor Elaine. Poor Elaine. Let me see if I have one more picture from that time. Nope, those are text messages. There is, I did write it down real quick. Let me show you this picture here. This will come to be important soon. There's Dylan in a White Sox t-shirt. Yes, Britt, he was such a sweet boy. All right, let's get right into it, guys. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you like what you see. We're going to be following this entire trial. This one has already taken place. He's already been convicted. It is kind of a spoiler alert. However, this way we can go at our own time. I find this stuff extremely interesting, and we can learn so much from these old cases to help us understand and know the path that these new cases that are happening right now, these current cases, so we can see what they are. Queen Petty says, yes, I agree. Court systems need to listen, especially like I wonder if Dylan could have said something about, say, those pictures and stuff and been like, I'm scared. You know, sometimes it's the approach and the words that you have to use. So by him just saying, I don't want to go, you know, like I said, I could imagine that in that courtroom, that judge was saying, you know, we've got to be fair. And I know that sometimes you don't think you want to because your life is here and everything that you know is here, but you need to, you know, I could imagine that it went something along those lines. However, had Dylan and his mom and Corey been like, we're scared for him to go because Mark is violent, because blah, 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 had, you know, look at these pictures we found, had that been brought up, maybe it would have had a little different outcome. So sometimes it takes us to like stop and look at the big picture and, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe the timeline of when all of that happened, you know, just didn't line up good enough to be able to tell the judge all of it. Queen says, what makes me happy is when they finally get handcuffed. Absolutely. Yes, girl. We like that. All right, let me get, here's another video. This is with KOAT. Kind of similar, a lot similar to what we just watched yesterday. But it's a quick little 7-minute video. I just want you to see his smirk, see his smile. The fact that this man just looks and he's like, you know, yeah, you know, oh, when I saw him last, yeah, you know, I mean, never mind the fact, like, bro, you're not even sad. Even if you're trying to really play this off, that, you know, your kid is missing and that you didn't just murder him and do what you did to him. You don't do a good job of that. Like I said, him and Letitia, 2 peas in a pot, because they both were able to just look right at the camera. Guys, you have people in your life right now like these people, and they look at you and they smile and they just word vomit their stupid lies, and they don't care. I said that before. They do not care about you. They do not. They are self-absorbed, self-concerned. Total self is all they're worried about. Mark is one of them. So that's why I want you to watch this, because I would like for you guys to see this man and see how he doesn't care. Go follow KOAT.com if you'd like. This is their video. Copyright. Here we go.
Whenever you're ready, Julian.
I am ready.
Okay, so thank you so much for speaking with me on camera, Mark.
You're welcome.
What's it been like?
Well, it's been a tough time for all of us. I know. I know that it's been difficult on me, and I can only imagine how difficult it's been for his mom and his brother and his family over in the Colorado Springs area. And, you know, we're doing everything we can to try to find Dylan, and we want to keep the focus on finding Dylan. And, you know, I've been working with the investigators to make sure that, you know, all the bases are being covered on that end. And, you know, that's pretty much where I'm at with that. I mean, I'm doing everything I know how to do.
I want to get this subject out of the way first. There's a lot of suspicion out there. Even when Elaine went on ABC News,
right?
She was. Can you address that, please?
Well, I can only imagine being a mother, the frustration of hearing about your son going missing. And, you know, I can only think that has to do with lashing out and trying to find who's accountable for this in this situation. You know, I've been working closely with the investigators to do what needed to be done because, you know, it was last seen at my house. I know there's rumors going around that he's been spotted by people, and, you know, our concern is that, you know, something has happened to the point now where we just want to keep in the public's eye, you know, Dylan's face and keep the focus on Dylan and, you know, don't worry about me and everything's going to be all right on my end. But I know this is only a troubling time for Elaine and my son Corey, and I spoke with him last night. And, you know, I'm surprised that we haven't been able to hook up today because, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do is unite together. And I have my oldest son from the Phoenix area here, and, of course, my brother's here. So we're trying to unite as a family and stay focused on what's important here. And you know, everybody wants to focus on me, but the focus isn't me right now. The focus is finding Dylan, and that's where I'm at.
Why do you think people want to focus on you?
Well, because I think it's just a natural part of the process, and I think because, you know, he was last seen with me, and he was with me the night before, and, you know, I saw him the morning that I left to go run my errands, that, you know, that's the logical place to start. And so it doesn't at all surprise me, you know, that they searched my home yesterday, because quite frankly, I was expecting that to happen a week ago. So, you know, my opinion is we're all a week late in where we're at with this. In that. So really the focus is, you know, what do we need to be doing now to keep searching for Dylan and bring him home?
Do you have anything directly to say to Dylan?
Dylan, my prayers are with you, and I love you very much. He was the light of my life, and he meant everything to me. And I just want him home just like everybody else does. And that's why, you know, we got to keep searching for him, because somebody knows something. We got to find him, and we need to know that he's okay.
I mean, this is, like I was telling Denise, this is your guys' platform today. You can use this to get any message out that you want.
Well, I know, but I don't want the focus to be mainly on me. I want the focus to remain on Dylan, because that's the most important thing right now. And, you know, the process of what's going on with the authorities and the people handling this is to search my home. You know, all they had to do was ask. I would have willingly let them come in and do it. You know, I've given them, I've cooperated with them in every way. Anything that they've asked me for, I've been willing to do. Anything that they've suggested that I do, whether it be sitting at the house waiting for the phones to ring or Dylan to walk through the front door, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do. And that's what I want everybody to understand, is that, you know, my focus is on Dylan and what's going on with him, and trying to keep the investigation moving forward in whatever necessary means that is. And so, you know, in cooperating with him, and we can keep the focus, you know, on the search for Dylan, and that's really where I'm at with all of this.
So you went to run errands. Were you going to take him with you to run errands?
Well, there was some discussion that he had with me the night before about leaving with me so I could drop him off in the Bayfield area with one of his friends that had been trying to text him, or he had been communicating with. Mm-hmm. You know, as he indicated to me that he was up till 4 o'clock the morning before, and that he was tired from being in the airport most of the day in his travel from Colorado Springs to Durango. I laughed at him kind of jokingly, because I know him. If he ain't got to get up, he's not likely to get up, and he's not the kind of kid that's going to get up at 6:30 if he doesn't have to. But, you know, his friends are important, and I know they're important to me. So, you know, there was a possibility, but it doesn't surprise me that he elected not to get up when I left. And when I left and he acknowledged that everything that I was saying to him and that I would be back, he knew that when I came back I would be working on getting him down to his friends. And that's part of the struggle that we all have, is, you know, what happened to him between the time I left and the time I got back. And that's what nobody seems to be able to answer.
Exactly. Can you tell me about your plans for Thanksgiving?
Well, because he was with me for such a short period of time, we had touched on a few things. One of the things we talked about was going to my brother David's house in Castle Rock. I know his friends were important to him, so we were wanting to make sure that he had adequate time to be with his friends. you know, basically the plan was Monday and Tuesday he would spend with his friends. Maybe Wednesday, you know, we had talked a little bit maybe about going bowling or doing something as an activity, not with just me and him, but with his friends included. And then we'd have Thanksgiving Day to ourselves. Or there was possibility that we could travel on Wednesday and get to my brother's house. So, you know, none of that ever got finalized. I mean, we were just focusing on the next day and what we were going to do and how that was going to take place. And that's as far as we really ever got. You know, I know his friends are important to him, and I certainly don't expect him to spend a week with me and spend every waking moment with me when he's grown up in this community and he has tons of people around here that love and care about him.
Yeah. So he was going to spend a whole week with you. When was the last time he saw you?
I think probably sometime in early September. I had flown him over from Colorado Springs on a round trip ticket at that point. So he came over here and probably spent 3 or 4 days with me in that. And then, you know, obviously we got him back to the plane and got him back safely to his mom. And, you know, in that case, it was a transfer flight from the Durango airport or the Denver airport to a flight leaving to Colorado Springs. And it was my goal to keep him on a direct flight or one that he never had to change planes with him, because there was some controversy between Mom and I about him being 13 years old and being able to do those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, when I got the flight for him, I made sure that it was a flight that he could get on in Colorado Springs.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want.
Be quiet. Just a moment. So, if you noticed, when his head should be saying this, because his words are saying yes, his head is saying no. His body cannot, his body's not lying, right? His words and his face and, you know, his expressions, he's trying his best. Let's see. Now, let's watch him get arrested.
Let's put him down, lay him down, and we'll move up. Nick, Bean, and Dolly will grab him. But let's put him on the ground, stomach, arms out. Bean and Nick, when we're moving up, I'll cover the cab. There's a passenger, Just keep your hands up, buddy. Just keep your hands up.
Dolly will watch the cab.
I got the cab. Around me. Go around back. Yep. I got the cab. Around me. Go around back. Yep. Just keep your hands up.
Don't move, bud, okay? Do not move. Drop a cigarette.
You guys can, you'll explain to me what's going on?
Yes, sir. Is your name Mark?
Yes, it is.
He's detained. Mark is detained. Mark, do you have any weapons on you, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Rolling my way?
Yeah.
Just gotta check you, okay, Mark?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Rolling that way.
Yeah.
You gotta check that side?
Yeah.
Here's my wallet in that pocket.
Just the wallet.
Alright. You're gonna turn towards me and sit on your thumb, alright? Alright. So go ahead and bend this knee in. There you go.
Are you Mark?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay. I'm the sergeant. Did you say you asked to speak with me?
Well, I was asking a few questions. First of all, I'm trying to understand what exactly is going on.
Okay. Before we get going here, I do got to let you know I am equipped with the body-worn camera. It records both audio and video. Okay. Have you been read your Miranda rights yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. Let me make sure I get those read to you so that I'm trying to answer all the questions you have. But because you're in handcuffs and because you're in the back of a police car, I do want you to know what your rights are too.
I haven't done anything for me to have my rights.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand each of those rights that I just read to you? Okay. Yeah, having those rights in mind, the reason why you're in handcuffs right now is because we received a call from an agency in Colorado. You know, is it Washington County or is it?
Plata County, maybe.
Okay. And what had happened is they had got information that you were potentially up here, and they said that they had a warrant for murder second for you.
I have no clue what that's regarding.
I'm sorry?
I have no idea what that's about.
Okay. It is in the system. And that's why, obviously, we try to approach it as safely as we could because we don't want you to get hurt and we don't want us to get hurt. We all want to go home to our families and stuff like that.
I understand.
So I appreciate, from the sergeant perspective, I appreciate your cooperation. And then I was the one giving you the verbal warnings over the PA as we got going here. So
it's a little difficult to get out of the truck like in that situation.
yeah. Well, it's like, and I'm looking at you going, holy crap, this guy's got a semi pointed right at me, and I don't know you from Adam, and all they're telling me is that they got a murder warrant for you.
I have no problem with you.
Okay, so no, I have no problem with what you did. I appreciate how cooperative you were with us, so.
Yeah, I have no reason not to.
Okay, so here's where we're at right now. Colorado has confirmed that that warrant is good, okay, which means that we don't have a choice, that you're going to have to go down to the Whatcom County Jail and get booked in until that gets sorted out.
Well, and my question to the other officer was,
sure,
when was this issue?
I do not know the answer to that.
He said something to me about bond jumping or something like that. I have no clue what this is about.
Okay. I don't know when it was issued. I know it's an active warrant, and that's how the call came into us, is that they're saying that this warrant's in the system and that they had information that you were potentially in this area working on your trucking job. So
now, my phone is in the truck.
Okay.
And obviously, I'd like to be able to make a phone call.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I want to accommodate that if I can. I got one of my officers right now making calls to Colorado, and because of the nature and the investigation, I don't know if Colorado wants us to hold the truck for anything. I don't know if it's related to the case. I don't know anything about anything. So what I have my officer doing is calling and basically saying, hey, we contacted Mark. He's fine. He's safe. He was in this big truck. Do you guys need this big truck as part of your investigation for any reason? If they say no, that the truck is good to be released, then I'm happy to, with your permission, go in there and grab that phone so you have that available to you.
Obviously, being a truck driver, I don't go home every night. There's things in the truck that I'd like to keep in my possession or with me if possible.
I'm not just going to leave it here either. So if they say that they don't want it held, we'll work on getting property or what. I think that the company itself was going to try and work on getting a secondary driver to the scene here. Yeah, if the agency says yes, that we have reason that we want to search that truck or whatever, then it's going to have to go for a search warrant, and that's again that's beyond my control based on the nature of the Colorado investigation.
Out of my control. I have no control over that.
Okay, does that help answer that question at all?
Well, I mean, my concern right now is the ability to communicate with people and let them know what's going on.
Like an attorney or anything like that?
My attorney for one, and my girlfriend for another.
Okay, you will get the opportunities to make those calls once you get down to the jail, and I'll try and get that rolling as soon as we can. Okay, well, now we're just putting together once we get everything safe, now we're working on just getting the fine points of all what we need to be doing on our end, and then we'll get you we'll get you where you need to go, so you can start working on that.
There's things in the truck that I'd like to keep in my possession or keep with me. I mean, I've got my checkbook and
Like,
things like that.
a small amount of items. Okay, be formulating a list.
I mean, I have to get what I want out of the truck that I need.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a refrigerator, but I'm not worried.
Well, just be thinking about the things that you absolutely need, and if they say they don't need it, I'm happy to put together a small bag of stuff that you can need. You can go down and get booked into the jail with you, so it's available to you when you get released or when you get moved or what. So
any idea how long we might expect that process to take?
the question I have for you is, Colorado said that they gave us a flag, and that the reason why we were trying to keep it so safe is that potentially there's a handgun in the truck. No, okay. I noticed the bullet casing headband here. That's just a decoration. No other weapons, no firearms in the truck at all. You're former military?
I'm not. Well, it was purchased for me.
Oh, was it? Okay. But no firearms in the truck. Okay. All right. So let me work on shoring up those little loose ends of the investigation now, and I'll come back and I'll let you know what I find out. All right, man. Thanks.
Inquiring on what's occurring.
Yeah. Are you Ricardo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's Mark with you?
Yes.
Okay. Mark's got a murder warrant out of Colorado. Okay.
Oh, shit.
And so we got information that he was here and that he was potentially armed with a handgun, which is why we brought you out so carefully that we did. Okay. We understand that you were with him. You're a student driver with him. Okay. And so we didn't want you to be put in a position of being, a hostage or anything. We don't know this dude. We don't know what his story is. All we have is an agency in Colorado saying he's wanted for murder. Okay. And is potentially armed with a handgun. Okay. So I hope you understand why we approached the stop safely and stuff like that. And, I don't need a need to keep you in handcuffs any longer than necessary. Okay. You don't. Hey, have you seen a handgun in the truck? Or?
No, I haven't.
Okay. As long as I can pat you down and make sure you don't have a handgun, I'll get you out of those cuffs, and we'll try and figure out what the next step is about what we need to do.
No, he's a good dude. I know that something happened with his son. So
yeah, and I don't know the whole story. I saw a little bit on Google or whatever, and it sounded like a kind of a long and involved thing, but that kind of has come full circle, and Colorado's saying, we want to talk to this dude because we think he might have killed his kid.
Yeah.
So, all right.
That's crazy because he's gonna go look for him. After, when he gets some time off.
Okay. Has he mentioned anything about the troubles in Colorado or anything to you as you guys were driving and passing miles in time?
He's talking about they're gonna go do a search party
for him
for
his son. Oh, okay. Okay.
So, I know he didn't do nothing like that.
Okay. All right. So let me just pat you down real quick. Make sure you don't have any weapons. I'll get you out of those handcuffs. I will ask that you kind of hang out while
Facing reality, you're a student truck driver learning the ropes, and you get brought out with AKs and handcuffed because the guy teaching you how to drive the damn truck has a second-degree murder warrant. Wow. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Queen Petty, I am so glad that you mentioned the evidence photo. If you guys haven't had a chance to check it out, I posted it both here on YouTube and on TikTok. Both channels or both pages, you can pause it, zoom in. They found parts of Dylan. Mark wasn't arrested for 5 years. This happened in 2012, which is why I was saying that Dylan was 12, and my apologies again, he was 13. It took a while for them to be able, you've got to go to a judge and you've got to say, I've got this, and this that says there could be some evidence here. And then you've got to get a search warrant to be able to go and do that. And all of that took time. And mind you, this was years ago, right? So some of the technology, some of the way, the quickness in which things happen today is not necessarily the case back then. Britt says the student was probably scared out of his wits and then finding out his teacher is wanted for murder. Can you imagine? Like that guy, he said he's wanted for a 2nd-degree murder. He said, oh shit. I'm not, man, I just like I said, that's the epitome of this channel, Facing Reality. Like, think about that guy's life and how Mark's choices back 5 years before have now affected him. He's got PTSD. I mean, I would. Forget you, Mark, punk. All right. Let's keep going. You guys doing all right? You doing good? Okay. You wanted to see, let me show you a little bit of evidence. I wrote down what is what. I want to show you really quick. This is the Redwine residence. Say that 5 times fast. This is Mark's home. So this is the home at which Dylan was sent to against his will. Remember, he wanted to stay home with mom. Let's find it. Let's get another one. This is the terrain outside of the home. Look at the woods. It's going to come out in court. Now, this was taken a lot longer, but this is what it looked like. It's going to come out in court that Mark had told a previous person that, good morning, Gail, that Mark had told a previous person that if he wanted to murder somebody, he would take them up far off into the woods and dispose of them, and they would never be found. Take a look at the woods behind his house. Yeah. Let's see. Couple more photos for you, and then we'll get right into the opening statements. I'm so glad you guys are here. If you're just now joining us, it's me, January. Welcome to Facing Reality. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Let's see. Okay. The next thing I want to show you really quick, I showed you those pictures of the sleepover. Here are emails that took place between Mark and Elaine. Sunday, November 18th, 2012, 2:14 p.m. Markredwine. Let's go. Hang on, I think we have to go down to the beginning. November 18th at 12:44 p.m. Elaine said, Dylan is checked in and will arrive in Durango at 5:13. Please let me know that you will be there. We are moving to Monument now, but send anything to Florence. Please do not send anything or contact my place of employment as it put my last job in jeopardy, and there's no reason for you to contact me at work. You have my address and my phone number. Can you hear the tension? Can you feel the tension? Have you been there? Have you been in a situation where you're like, you're destroying my life? Like I said, I don't think Mark hated Elaine. I think Mark was madly in love with Elaine, and when she left him, it really messed him up. Mark replies back Sunday at 2:14 p.m. Yes, of course, I will be there. I am very much looking forward to seeing the little guy. 5:48 p.m. from Mark to Elaine. This is regarding Thanksgiving. It says, per you request, I can send some money for child support. Although I'm unsure of where you're living these days, I can send you a check to several addresses I have. Just let me know which works best. And then proceeds to list A, B, C, D, and signs it XXX. Let's see. This one here, November 11th at 9:51. So maybe this is where it started. My apologies. I am aware and have told Dylan, I hope you all will be able to do something while there's as he's not real thrilled about the idea of sitting around your house. I am working on getting the paperwork in for support, but the money in his account is for him, I thought, and not support. Feel free to send money to help support him, though. That would be great. So it sounds as though Mark was desperate to keep any again, my opinion, to keep any interaction with Elaine and to keep his family together. He knew, if, think about it, guys, if what I told you about him in those pictures, if that's what he really was, and that was what his personal outside of the open eye life was like, he wanted to hold on to the normalcy that was Elaine and Dylan and Corey and this marriage. He was doing any and everything that he could, including putting large amounts of money into a bank account that Dylan had access to. Remind you, he's 13 years old. And here he's trying to say, use that money for child support. She's saying, no, it's for him. So the very beginning, the way that started was from Mark, November 11th at 8:42. My apologies, guys. My dog came in and just kind of, if you hear a lot of noise in the background, my apologies. But Sunday, November 11th, 2012 at 8:42 p.m. From Mark says, by now you should have received Dylan's flight itinerary. As you know, Dylan has failed to respond to all my communication attempts, so I will have to rely on you to inform him of his travel. Also, since you have failed to address any support issues you may have, I expect all his needs are being addressed. So all the monies in his personal account are not needed. So you can hear it. You can feel it. You can feel the tension. This is all leading up to him getting on that flight. That was November 11th, 2012, 8:42 p.m. And it just goes on from there, clear until pardon me, clear until November 18th, 2012, 2:14 p.m. Yes, of course, I will be there. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the little guy. Clearly, he wasn't looking forward to seeing you, but, hindsight is 2020. Okay, let's see what we got next. I had to take notes because nothing's labeled on the court system. Okay, here are SMS communications. And okay, I wanted to make sure I was on the right thing. Here we go. This is a Celebrate extraction report. You hear this talked about a lot in the court cases. This is one of my favorite evidence pieces. I don't know. I find them extremely intriguing. This is conversations, an SMS message. It's got the phone numbers on here, and my apologies because I didn't look each one up to know which is which. But here we go at 11:17 in 2012 at 11:40. So this is the day before. Dylan's flight got canceled today from Springs to Denver. There's a flight tomorrow leaving Springs at 1:44, getting to Durango at 5:13, so I'll book that one. Dylan tried calling, but you didn't answer. So this is Elaine messaging Mark. Again, I texted you and Dylan tried calling you. His flight was canceled, as I'm sure you knew, as the attendant told me they sent a message to your email. His flight was rescheduled for tomorrow. You should have told me it was canceled. This is Elaine, and you know that. And then at 11/18/2012 at 17:44 UTC time, did you get Dylan okay? 11/18/2012, nope, didn't show up. She says, is the plan delayed? Plane, ? Don't have flight info, waiting to hear from him. She said, oh my God, just go in the airport and ask. I'm frustrated at this point. Elaine, I'm wondering if you have heard from Dylan. I've been trying to reach him all afternoon. This is 11:19. So at 11:18, she's like, oh my God, just go in the airport and go find out. Get him. The next time she hears from her ex in regards to her kid is the following day, and he says, Elaine, I'm wondering if you have heard from Dylan. I've been trying to reach him all afternoon. Elaine messages back 5 minutes later. 1632, he sent it. 1637, she sends it. It's really worrying when I'm 7 hours away and get a message like this from you. I haven't heard from Dylan today. Where did you leave him or last see him? Imagine that, guys. Mark replies, I went to town for errands and he was fine. I am just concerned and thought you may have heard from him. Elaine messages back, was he at the Vallecito house? I'm concerned as well. Please let me know when you find him. Mark says, yes, at the lake, and I will. Elaine says, it's weird that he would just up and leave. Does he have his phone? Mark says, I agree, which is why I am asking if you have heard from him. I assume he does, and why I have sent him texts and called. What I don't know is if he has a, next one, charger, or if it's charged. Elaine messages back, I am terribly freaked out that he's roaming around in the dark. I think we should call the police. Mark replies back, I didn't want to freak you out, as I'm sure he fine. But don't think I am not concerned. I just left the Bayfield marshal's office and headed back to the house. Elaine messages back, did you get into a fight with him or something? How long has he been missing? Mark says, no. We talked and everything is fine. And he replies back, several hours. Elaine replies back, well, it's not fine. He's missing. She replies again, have you heard anything from Dylan? You said you called the marshal's office. They have no record of you calling them. I called them. She replies back again, have you heard from him? Mark says, no, and I am extremely concerned at this point. I just left Tristan's house, and he has not seen him. Waiting for the sheriff to call back. I am doing all. He replies again, all I can, and will let you know the moment I hear from him. Elaine says, he wouldn't just leave. He would have called me. I am so she spells it wrong, suspect of you right now. How could he just disappear? This is the day that he's reported missing. And she's saying, I'm suspicious of you. Mark replies back, it's just like you to blame me. Right now, the best thing for him is finding him. Mark says, I just spoke with the deputy. His fishing pole is missing, and the deputy is on his way up. He asked that I search the property, which I will do now. I know this is difficult, but we gotta believe he is okay. Elaine says, when was the last time you talked to him? And at this point, her spelling is messed up. She is typing with fast fingers. This mom is freaked out. You can see it just in these text messages. So she asks, when was the last time you talked to him? And Mark says, this morning. Elaine says, are you looking for him? What are you doing to find him? You seem so nonchalant that our kid is missing. You talked to him on his cell this morning of when you left the house. Did you talk to him at all today on his cell phone? Mark says, I personally spoke with this morning. The sheriff is here now. I doing all that I can. Then here and have advised me you are on your way. They're here and have advised me you are on your way. There are K9 units on the way. And following up on a friend I am not familiar with. And then her reply is EP000PPP0PP. And then says, any news? What's this friend's name? And that's the end of those communications. Pardon my dog chewing on his bone. He's loud. My apologies. All right. I'm going to pull this up one more time. Take a look at the White Sox shirt. That's Dylan and his grandmother. Now, I'm going to show you something that I think is important for you to see before we go into opening statements. I'm going to show you one of the pictures that Dylan found of his dad. Bear with me. I did it quick. I did it quick. The link to all of this evidence is in the description box. I'm going to show you one more. It's going to be quick. Ready? Hold your lunch. Alrighty, guys. Here we go. Straight into opening statements. Remember that you will need headphones or something. Listen closely because the the sound is not the best.
All right, we can be seated. Okay, we're standing up in the jury, so when the jury comes in throughout this whole trial, as soon as you get here, if you want to sit down, feel free. Okay? Okay. Before we actually start, Ms. Nowak, you have an issue tomorrow afternoon. If we stop at 3 tomorrow, will that work for you? Will you give you enough time? Okay. So the parties can just plan on stopping at 3 tomorrow. We'll probably make up for it on Friday, stay a little bit longer on Friday afternoon. All right? With that, I have a few more instructions to read the jury. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you about the procedures we will be following. I want to describe how the trial will be conducted and explain what we're going to be doing. The first step of the trial will be opening statements.
Kids want candy.
Either attorney may make an opening statement if they choose to do so. The defendant's attorney may reserve opening statement until later in the trial or may elect not to make an opening statement at all. Opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and the stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence on his own behalf, but he is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. You may have to decide what evidence to believe. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by evidence in the case. You should consider all the facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of a witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, or part of it, or none of it. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you into the jury room during your deliberations. After you've heard all the evidence and instructions, the prosecution and defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence and the law that I give you in my instructions. At times during the trial, the lawyers may make objections. This simply means the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which he believes may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. If I overrule an objection, it means I have decided a point against the attorney who has made the objection. As jurors, you must draw no inference from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained, or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you'd never seen nor heard it. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. During the trial, I may need to talk to lawyers out of your hearing about questions of law. Sometimes you may be asked to leave the courtroom while I discuss such matters with the lawyers. We will try to limit these interruptions as much as possible. Do not infer from any ruling or from anything I say during the trial that I hold any views either for or against either party to this case. Rules governing jury trials do not allow jurors to ask questions directly of a witness. However, if you do have a question you would like a witness to be asked during the trial, write your question down. You don't need to sign it. Just hand the question down and it'll work its way down to Cindy. One of the things that happens in my courtroom a lot is I tend to get all hyped up and go too fast, and I'll forget to look over and see if there's questions. So if you have a question and it looks like we're just moving on, raise your hand, get our attention, because once that witness leaves, they may not be able to come back to answer your question. Once we get the question in written form from Cindy, I'll talk about it with the lawyers. If I decide the question is proper, it will be asked at an appropriate time. Keep in mind, however, that the rules of evidence or other rules of law may prevent some questions from being asked. I will apply the same legal standards to your questions as I do the questions asked by the lawyers. If a particular question is not asked, do not guess why or what the answer might have been. The failure to ask a question is not a reflection on the person asking the question, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question posed by a juror. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question about the evidence in the case or the instructions or the verdict forms that have been given, your foreperson should write that question on a piece of paper. The foreperson should sign it, give it to the bailiff, will bring it to me. I will then confer with the attorneys as to the appropriate way to answer your question. Again, there may be some questions that under the law I'm not permitted to answer. It's improper for me to answer that question. I will tell you. Please do not try and guess what the answer to your question might be or why I'm not able to answer a particular question. To help you understand the trial, you've been provided with notebooks which contain some information about this case. Please write your name in these notebooks. They can only be used in the courtroom and the jury room. You can take the notebooks back and forth between the courtroom and jury room, but you can't take them anywhere else. If you're going to have additional notebooks in terms of exhibits, which after exhibits are admitted, those copies of those exhibits, at least the exhibits that you can make copies of, will be placed in your notebook during recesses. What's in your notebook, if you want to take notes on them or whatever, you're free to do that. The original exhibits need to remain pristine, and you won't get those till the end of the trial. But the original exhibits will go back with you into the jury room. The original exhibits you don't want to write on, but anything you have in your notebooks, you're free to do whatever you want with. You can use your notebooks, the ones you have in front of you now, to take notes during the trial. You're not required to do so. If you do take notes, you should not allow note-taking to detract from your close attention to the testimony and conduct of each witness and all other evidence received during the trial. Take notes sparingly. Do not try and summarize all testimony. For example, notes can be particularly helpful when dealing with measurements, times, distances, identities, and relationships. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely on your memory as much as possible and not upon your notes or the notes of other jurors. Any notes you take are to refresh your own individual memory. No one else will read your notes. At the end of the case, the notes will be returned to the court and destroyed. Most of the exhibits in this case are going to be displayed on that TV screen up there, and that's why we were having problems. You didn't start right on time. We worked on this last week and some of the weekend, and then it didn't work when it was time for the TV to come on. So we'll see what happens once the attorneys get going. As I've said, you will also receive notebooks which will contain, in which we will put the exhibits. They're also going to contain a blank exhibit list. It is a good idea, or it might be a good idea, if you want to keep track of the exhibits by number. You can do that as the exhibits are admitted or as they come in, and then you can write a brief description of what it is. You don't have to do that if you don't want to, but with the large number of exhibits that we expect to be admitted in this case, it'd be a good way for you to keep track of what's in your notebooks and how to find them. Those exhibit notebooks, once the trial is over, will also be returned to the court and with those along with your notes. So nobody else will see whatever notes you put on your own individual exhibits that we give you. With that, it's time for opening statements. The prosecution gets to go first. And I believe you're up, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 13-year-old Dylan Redwine. On November 18th, 2012. Earlier in the morning, the same day that he would take his trip to fly to Durango to his father. A trip he would never return from. The last day, no Dylan's life. Hanging out with his friends, having fun, uninjured and healthy by all accounts. On November 18th of 2012, Elaine Hall, Dylan's mother, brought him to the airport. It had been decided in the custody case that he was going to travel to Durango to see his father for the Thanksgiving holiday. Because of his young age, Elaine Hall was able to take Dylan close to this meeting. And as he walked in there, he said to him, "Are you too old to give your mother a hug?" And Dylan turned around and walked back and embraced his mother. And they said goodbye. And Dylan walked onto that airplane to fly to Durango. And Elaine Hall would never see her son Dylan alive. They continued to communicate as Dylan took the airplane to Denver, took over, to fly to Durango. They talked by text messages. "I'm on the plane to Durango. Oh good, you did well, son. Proud of you. Love you. Thanks for keeping in touch so well. You landed in Durango, son? Just did. Your dad gets you, son? Yes." Brown face. This text message with a brown face about his father picking him up was the last communication that Dylan Redwine could ever receive from his son Dylan. Dylan Redwine did not want to go on that trip. He had stopped speaking to his father weeks ago by text and call. He told all of his friends that he didn't want to go. He told his family members that he didn't want to go on the trip. He got to the point where Elaine Hall had to ask for attorney in the custody case, Amber Harrison, who was persuaded to go on the trip. Ms. Harrison told her the court order and she held him to that. So Dylan Redwine got on that airplane, he flew to Durango, and his father picked him up. Dylan Redwine was standoffish from the start. You will see it on video at the airport. You see it at their first stop at Walmart. Nearly 45 minutes in Walmart, very little contact and check out his father who behind the scenes. Walking into the Walmart.
One of motorcyclists' biggest dangers on the road, other drivers.
A motorcycle's size makes it difficult to see at intersections and when changing lanes. Speed and skill level also can affect safety, especially when making turns. One miscalculation can be deadly. So when you ride right. When you drive, look twice.
Fujikura's VeloCore technology made Ventus the #1 metalwood shaft on worldwide tours. And now, it's available in Axiom composite iron shafts.
Really 10 feet of separation. We'll show you the whole video inside the store. Following the trip to Walmart, Dylan declined a sit-down dinner with his father, and they did McDonald's drive. That very night, Dylan Redwine was communicating with his friend Ryan Nava, asking if he could sleep over at his friend's house instead of his father's house. But his father told him no. So after McDonald's, they headed north, up towards Lake Bayfield, up past the top of the lake to a dead-end road, County Road 500, where the defendant lived. An area where many of the people who live there, or vacation there, or recreated there, conduct living. A relatively secluded area to the defendant's home. No one would ever see Dylan Redwine again alive after that. No one would ever hear from Dylan Redwine alive again after that. And by 9:56 p.m., a young child who, like many young boys, was attached to his electronics, to his iPod, to his iPhone, cell phone. After 9:56 that evening, all communications from Dylan's devices ceased, even roaming activities. And that night, in that secluded home, he sat under the shadow of Middle Mountain. The defendant murdered Dylan Redwine. And despite having to cover a knife to conceal his crime, and despite having nearly 18 hours since the last communication until anyone was notified that they were missing, and despite having 10 days before a missing child search in the search warrant for his home, despite all those opportunities to cover up his crime, evidence of that crime will come to light here in this court. With Dylan's blood found in his living room, with the odor of human remains on his clothing, in his truck, and in his home, with opportunities, all electronic ceasing that evening, along with the defendant. With motive, a damaged relationship exposed, and compromising photographs. Photographs in the hands of a 13-year-old who was disgusted by it, that triggered a violent rage with the defendant. With Dylan's remains located only 8.6 miles up the dirt road to Middle Mountain from the defendant's home, in an area he was familiar with, on an ATV trail like he owned, less than 100 yards from the road. And with Dylan's skull located much farther up that same road, more than a 5-mile drive, over a mountaintop to another part of the road, where it would be located 3 years after his disappearance, with tiny microscopic knife marks and fractures, consistent with 1/4 strong. The defendant sits here today to stand trial for that murder. On November 19th of 2012, Dylan Redwine's friend Ryan Nava was expecting. He had communicated with him the night before by text message. Dylan had wanted to spend the night there rather than with his father. But they had settled on 6:30 a.m. Dylan was supposed to arrive at his home. And they texted about it, and those texts from the night before were recovered by law enforcement and the CM's evidence in the case. Did your dad say no? Yeah. Oh, okay. Can I come over early at 6:30 early tomorrow? That's still on the left. You better let me in. I will. You can get my grandma. I'll call your ass all day if you don't. But Dylan didn't call. And Dylan didn't arrive. And all day long on November 19th, Brian Nava never heard from Dylan Redwine. And by 6:46 in the morning, Brian Nava was texting Dylan, where are you? And by 7:30 in the morning, Brian Nava was calling Dylan. No answer. No communications all day long. Not from his cell phone that he had made his hands on. Not from his iPod that he had last texted Brian Nava. Not from the landline at the house. Not from his computer. Not from his Facebook. Nothing. It wouldn't be until later that day, around 4:50, after 4 p.m., that the defendant would swing by the marshal's house, the marshal's office in the state. And he would come in and say to the marshal Abdullah, that he didn't testify today, have you seen my son?
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman...
It was an odd question. It was after 4 o'clock in November, and he was getting close to dusk. He didn't seem alarmed at all. Marshal Abdullah didn't know him, didn't know his son. The question really didn't make a lot of sense to him. He hadn't brought any picture of him on the show. He declined as the attempt to locate him comes out. He didn't even really ask the marshal. But the marshal would tell him he would text or call from his mom. He would defend him as Marshal Abdullah would be contacted with him all. And of course, the Lone Hall called the police, called him to the stop. And from there, search and rescue was finally notified. And from there, it was finally begun. And on November 19th, after 4 p.m., search and rescue dispatched out to the defendant's home. And they were concerned because it was November, because it gets dark early, because the child was missing in a remote mountain area, and they wanted to get started looking for him. And they contacted the defendant, and they asked him for information on mental health situation. They told him his fishing was maybe he went fishing. He told them all of his belongings were gone. Dylan had arrived with a backpack. He had arrived with extra clothing. He had arrived with a cell phone. He had arrived with a baseball hat. He had arrived with no coat. The search and rescue had dogs, and they wanted to search for fence patterns. But the defendant said he did not have any of the instructions. So they pointed to a pillowcase to the defendant and Dylan's suspect, and they asked for it. And they started trying to search with the pillowcase, but they couldn't get any kind of trail on. And so that night, search and rescue set up across the markredwine's house. And they searched the woods. And they knocked on doors. And they looked everywhere, nervous that this child without a coat might be in the woods. They searched Lord Dylan, who will testify here, he was in charge of that search operation. He'll tell you that they searched into the night, well past midnight, and turned 15 1 and see that search time upon day. So at the time, we thought 9 o'clock. But at 11 o'clock p.m., as Lord Dylan sat looking at that house, as he'll tell you the defendant had been business and not involved much in talking, had not been frantic like every other parent who'd ever seen this concept for years on Christmas Festival. As he stood set up out there still looking for Dylan in those woods, he watched as that light went out. And as that house went dark at 11 p.m. At a time when most people would have been out to look at a flashlight that was a dog or a child. At a time when most people would know to leave the light on in case the child was walking to find their way home. At 11 p.m., the defendant's house went dark. Dylan gone. The initial search for Dylan continued over the next several days. There were neighborhood canvassers. There were searches in the woods. Police were involved. They checked on local sex offenders. They downloaded cell phone towers. They did interviews. They checked everywhere they could. There were some sightings of Dylan that were run down and amounted to nothing. There were sightings out of state for Dylan that amounted to nothing. But over the course of the next 10 days, as they continued to look for Dylan, we get never leave. No one listened. And no one saw. You'll hear that over the course of that 10 days, which led to a search warrant at the defendant's home, that over the course of that 10 days, the defendant was asked questions. And you'll hear that he was given and provided a form, a written statement from the FBI, that all the information on the form he might have on the fingerprint case. He was talked to several times, leading up to the point that the Congress would have to. And over the course of that 10 days in that written statement, the defendant said very simple, reasonable things, very little detail, but mentioned no injuries, no bleeding, nothing like that. The general timeline was as follows. He had picked Dylan up at the airport around 5:50. He'd gone to Walmart, they went to the McDonald's drive-thru, and they drove up to Bayfield. When they arrived at the house, someone said Dylan was on his devices, on his computer on the couch, as they watched the movie. He added in a random detail that was a little more descriptive about a Nerf football that they were tossing it around having some fun. And then he said around 9:30 or 10 o'clock he went to bed. Right around the time you'll see it again. The next morning, he woke up around 5:30 to 5:45. He knew Dylan wanted to go to a friend's house. He stirred around in the house at 7:30, proclaimed that Dylan didn't wake up. But despite not seeing his son in a couple of months, he decided to go to town and meet his young friend. He drove in on a payroll issue. He drove in to see his attorney. And then he drove back home. And along the way, you'll hear he placed a couple calls into Dylan's phone. And then he arrived back home around 11:30 to Dylan in town. There was no sign of substance. There was none of Dylan's items present. The defendant took him. And it wouldn't be until about 3 o'clock that he would leave the house and drive around to a couple of Dylan's friends' houses and then swing by that he didn't know. And that's when Elaine Hall became attacked. And that's when Elaine Hall was called to police. And that's when the missing person investigation was established. But there are issues with this case. There were family members talked to, and things that didn't point that out. At 2 a.m., the night of the 18th, the night that Dylan last communicated, a neighbor had seen the light on his field. And then off again in the morning, before daylight, and she stated with the house. The pillowcase didn't yield any kind of crack to Dylan. The defendant continued to talk about the issue.
Need extra income? Then here's a question. Have you heard about the Kindle loophole?
So when talking to his brother, he wouldn't walk off miles to the reservoir when there was an ATV and bicycles at the house. He wasn't even someone who would typically go fishing by himself. And then there were the photographs. The photographs that he would consider as one purpose, one purpose. Very important. Motive. The photographs that investigators learned Dylan has been aware of. Dylan has found on the defendant's computer with his brother. That in a previous argument, Dylan, 2 months earlier, along with his father, had texted his brother Corey and said, "Send me the feet pics of Dad. I want to show him who he really is." Pictures in the hands of the 13-year-old of the defendant wearing women's underwear, doing pieces out of the diaper. Photographs that after Dylan's remains were found when two of Elaine Hall's friends drove by his house and called him a killer when they talked. But he came out of his house and argued. And it wasn't until they called him a shit eater that it looked him over his face, that he grabbed the log and kicked it up over his head and came towards their car, staring at his head. But by November 29th, in the search warrant, investigators had figured it out. Because they pulled up in the morning, and they had police cars, and they had the Colorado Bureau of Investigation with them, and they had the Federal Bureau of Investigation with them. And they were going to search that home because for 10 days, no one had seen from and no one had heard from them. And the things weren't added up and they were granted that search warrant. They contacted them. They already had this with them. But they told him this time under the threat of finding it anyway. We are going to bring in scientific methods and light to search this home. You will find blood. There's blood there. Is there any reason we're going to find Dylan's blood in your house? And that's when the defendant's story changed. And that's where the defendant described, when we were playing that nerd football, I think Dylan might have had a little sore on his face. A sore that no one had seen before. It may be one of those nerd football skills in that tiny living room with couches next to each other. Just through the hands. And at one point, Dylan had spit on the floor of the house. Maybe that would have led a little bit like that. God bless her. The defendant's living room. You'll get to see the living room in trial. We're going to reconstruct it so you can see just how small it is. You get to see the nerd football in this fact. This is that way. The blood in the living room wasn't visible to the naked eye. But when crime scene investigator Bill Clayton, he's done over 1,000 crime scenes in process. He worked decades as a crime scene investigator. Came into this house because it wasn't visible to the naked eye. Didn't need to be told. When he went into that living room, he used a chemical process called luminol, a spray that makes blood glow in the dark when you turn the lights on. And it illuminates the inside. When Joe Clayton came in and processed that living room, it was very different.
I'm going to show you guys what he's looking at. Hang on. Okay. I'm going to find out which number it is. Okay. This is Mark's living room. And this is it being sprayed with luminol. Can you hear me now, Tara? This is what he's showing. Let me find you another one. Luminol, or actually this one was Blue Star, I believe. I'll have to double check. One of the two. Here's another one. Basically, they spray this, and it reacts with the iron protein, I believe, that's in the blood. This is after everything's been cleaned up. I'm showing you some more. Hang on. You can see it right there in the middle of your screen. You can see the liquid that's all around if you kind of can zoom in or see the little water droplets. But you can see where once they put a black light on it, then it reacts to the, I believe it's the iron that's in the blood. That one we already saw. Same one. Here's another picture. This is the coffee table, the corner of the coffee table. Here is part of the sofa. Got to look closely, but you can see it. Starting to look familiar, guys? We've seen stuff like this before. Here we go. You can actually see where it like swiped. There's some up on the, by where the stick is on the right. There's the floor. Let me show you this one here real quick. So these are along the lines of the pictures that the jury is getting to see. They really didn't want to have cameras in the courtroom, so we're lucky to have what we got. But I wanted to take a moment, pause there, and show you guys what it was that the jury is getting a chance to see. Alrighty, here we go. Back to our opening statements.
Picture. On the corner of a coffee table, blood. On a love seat, in the pocket, cushion. Reaction to the luminol, consisting of blood. At the base of that same love seat, streak, pocket, reaction of blood. And on the floor, under the area rug, which was free of any blood itself, reaction luminol, consistent with blood. Thank you. In that living room, on this corner of the coffee table, and on this love seat, and under this corner of the rug, blood. CSI Joe Clayton did further testing, used a chemical called phenolphthalein that verified that in fact it was blood. There are some false positives you can get with luminol over here. Phenolphthalein confirmed that it's in fact blood that's making luminol react. He used a test called hematase to verify that it was in fact loose blood. And then he took blood and he went over those areas, hoping to be able to get enough of that blood that wasn't visible to the naked eye, but that is supposed to get it. And those swabs were sent off to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation lab, and there they were tested for serology, and those three locations I just indicated to you were confirmed blood by the serology test. Then they were tested for DNA. And they were tested for DNA, as you'll hear us take back in 2012. They were retested. So they had technology. What investigators learned is that Dylan Happy is actually those three locations of blood exposure. DNA components, blood components, cells components. So they'll explain that Dylan was a strong support, numbers far beyond the millions. Strong support, Dylan Redwine being a contributor in a mixture of himself and Corey Redwine, this portion under here. Corey Redwine will come in here and testify and tell you he never bled in that living room. could have had some skin cells or other shit. Dylan could not be excluded from this blood. Could not be excluded from this blood, which was a mixture between himself and his father and his DNA. And the blood on the love sheet is a single source DNA profile. A match Dylan Redwine and Dylan Redwine only. Dylan Redwine, who had arrived on this trip uninjured. Dylan Redwine, who's been missing now for 10 days. Dylan Redwine, who no one had heard from, not even a text, since that night on November 18th. Dylan Redwine was truly missing. His blood in that day. Still, investigators had not found Dylan Redwine's body. This search was only 10 days after Dylan had gone missing. There was a heavy focus of searches on areas that they could search in the winter, and specifically the lake, and specifically bodies of water, depending on the type of that fishing pool. And so they dredged the Bayfield over and over, continued to work looking for Dylan. And they continued to run down tips, and they continued to do interviews until no sign of Dylan alive anywhere. Middle Mountain Road, across from the defendant's house, the road that he's up to dead end, but stood above his home. You could drive around it and then to the back side of it. This front side of Middle Mountain Road is a gate. And the gate closes on November 30th every year, about a week and a half. It closes is not used to do it. So investigators couldn't mount up to big searches. So a lot of that small mountain difficult area to search, but also difficult area to access. But come June, Dylan still had not been found. Volunteers from throughout the community, law enforcement, they all got together. They were going to do the big search on Middle Mountain Road. Dylan's family in Colorado Springs traveled down for this search. His mother, his brother, stepfather came to sit down with him. And as everyone was coming together to do this search, and everyone was coming down from Colorado Springs to defend them by himself, he went out on the road on a work training as a big search hand out flyers in the lower 30s. When this search started on June 22nd, 2012, people gathered, trailheads, and they searched. They combed the wood. They got down on hands and knees. They spread out and covered every inch with one evening time. And on that big search in June of 2013, everyone's worst fears were concerned. Dylan Redwine's remains were found inside and Dylan Mountain Road. After all the speculation about Dylan running away, after all the speculation about Dylan fishing, after all the theories of an animal maybe saving my body, after all of this, in the end, he was found 6 miles of dirt road from the fall. Less than 100 yards from the trailhead. And to show you on the map, I'm sure some of you are familiar with topography map. This is 1.5 miles of the Crow Flowers, of grueling cliffs of deadfall hills. Nothing anyone would walk. And the investigators talk about that. Not something anyone would consider walking. But 8.6 miles up the road, the dead-end dirt road that goes through the season, less than 100 yards on an ATV trail. You'll hear the defendant on an ATV in the area well. With Yellow arrows, bracketing the trail. There's the second one right here that you can't quite see in the photograph. Yellow arrows, bracketing the trail. So as vehicles come around the curve in the dirt road, designed to catch headlights, to show them what's the turn. One of the most visible areas on the mountain at night shows us the trail that we take. Just down that trail, one community town. I'll show you how accessible it was, even at night.
How to escape the heat if you don't have an air conditioner. This only takes 5 minutes. Tire
Just several yards down that hillside, one phone to be found. Slightly downhill grade, field instructions, identifiable in the night, a trail known to people in the area. Perfect place for someone who needs to get rid of the body in the night. Enough of Dylan's remains are found to show that he was dead. You'll hear from the experts in the case that enough bones were found to show that the primary remains site. It wasn't a single bone carried or anything like that. In fact, you'll hear in the case that nearly all of Dylan's bones but one found in a square mile radius. But two femurs, tibia, scapula, and clavicle found them. As for other bones, there were a couple of toes as well that were noted on them. Investigators had combed the hillside so thoroughly that they found numerous toes from each foot entire staff. They combed so closely they found sheep's tracks. They found turkey tracks. But what was perhaps more telling, perhaps more interesting than what they actually did at the screen site was what they didn't find. No cell phone, no wallet, no backpack, no ball sack, not a single identifying document from Dylan Redwine. They found a shoe, a sock, and clothing straps. I don't admit that the animal experts would tell you an animal would have no interest in this death. But a stranger would have no interest in this death. Items that identify these remains of Dylan Redwine were all missing. Larger items that should have been easy to find. Missing. And Dylan's skull. There's some of the experts talking about a lot of close sites, different insights, like what they're talking about. But not here. They didn't find the skull, not on this part of the mountain. Not on this surface. After investigators had found Dylan's remains, and they found the blood of the defendant, they sought out the assistance of a specialist, an expert from out of state. Her name, at the time, she was an officer, police officer, named Karen Corcoran. She had handled dogs for decades. She worked with this one police officer with certified dogs for more than one business. She's handled cadaver-specific dogs multiple times. She's trained them herself. She's certified them nationally. She started her own company, K9C, and trained others and worked on those national certifications. Very by others. She was an expert, and you'll hear her testifying in court before as a handler. And she will tell you that Molly, who she called Biddy, was one of the best dogs she's ever had. When she brought Biddy out here, Biddy had been certified by a national agency multiple times before coming out of the She demonstrated an accuracy rate of in the 90%, above 90%, and even more by the time she came here because some of those early errors were from back in 2000. By 2012, the dog had barely ever missed. The dog had used a false positive. The dog that had located over a dozen free bodies. The dog that had been used in a different capacity as well. If someone was missing on search and rescue, go into a home. See if there's an odor. There have been accidents, including those homes. People were later found alive. The dog who had found the odor remains years later on a crime scene. A confession of the dog, the location section. A very reliable dog and an expert handler. And they flew her in. Kitty had no problem finding the remains site in the first few months of the mountain. But what's more significant was when Biddy looked at items in the started with the defendant's photo. Biddy indicated a final trained response as to the odor of human remains as to the defendant's shoes, jeans, and outer shirts that were in evidence in the Walmart video, but did not indicate on the subject. Biddy sniffed two different trucks, a Chevy truck and a Dodge truck. Didn't only indicate one the Dodge truck. She indicated exactly what that was. And in the home, she indicated the odor of human remains. What you'll hear is that the living room was a large source of human remains, and former Officer Corcoran was talking about that in detail. What's noteworthy is that this house is right here at the time. Now, Officer Corcoran, on purpose, comes in with minimal facts for any purpose. She doesn't know where any of the evidence is located. She only knows generally there's a missing child and she's been searched for father's home. And she works the dog off leash, and the dog found indications of human remains at the end. We have to be at the same area. And then upstairs, the washing machine, and instead, there it was going. In the bed of the pickup truck. Straps and chains that we'll show you were actually there way back in November as well. And were present when Officer Corcoran did her search over a year later. The video was able to indicate the odor of human remains. The defendant's clothing was a night still went missing. The back of the Dodge pickup truck, you'll hear it come up on Middle Mountain the other time. The defendant's home. All the areas one would expect to find later human remains at markredwine, where his son was spotted. It would be 3 years to the month of Dylan's disappearance that hikers off trail on an entirely different part of the mountain, Daniel and Lee Foster, would come across Dylan's foot. And when they saw it, they knew it was human. Maybe the child died. Then they called him. The investigators went out and it took them a couple more days to actually go through the skull or search it because it wasn't a spot. And he moved in a place where it only happened in contact. You see the distances later today.
Would you feel confident going to an orthodontist who spends much of her time on the run?
Again, this is 1,500 vertical feet up over deadfall and rocks and trees. an area only searched by investigators after the skull was located that revealed not a single other bone or material or scrap of it. Nothing. Not even animal bones there. 1,500 feet up and another 500 feet down into the valley. But by road, another 5.5 miles up, to the head of the valley, and 2 tracks. That's where the skull, Dylan's skull, was found. The reason that skull was so far from the rest of the remains is the question. Until they took the skull off, the certified forensic anthropologist one of less than 100 certified controllers, an expert in the field, someone who interpreted markings on bones, someone who now currently has access to the Smithsonian. The leading expert in the field. They sent this to us. And Dr. France had looked at the other bones. And all she'd noticed was animal scattering, infection, and stuff. The skull, which had been moved, because when she put it under a microscope, and she looked over it, she found injuries. She found fractures consistent with one force trauma. Perimortem, which means that the bone still has the characteristics consistent with living or wet bone. Something she'll explain to you from the thinned out mouth, but it's the same as living bone. Above the left eye, cracks are consistent with this. One of the hardest parts of the skull. And along the suture, another fracture, consistent with one force trauma. That wasn't all that she found when she looked at it on the skull. When she put it under a microscope, she found some small cut marks, indicative of a human tooth cutting machine. That piece, that one bone, is so far away from the rest of the remains. The human can't bring it there. Fractures. Evidently, it was really bad for the last 30 years. Over the course of this trial, you're going to hear from over 50 witnesses. The prosecution, let me correct that, it'll be roughly 50 witnesses. What you're going to hear from investigators, you hear about all the searches they did, you hear about all the interviews that they did, talk about a lot of this already. We talked about how they collected interviews from all of Dylan's friends and phone records and electronics, all coming back to that one. We hear from the friends Joseph Bios, Adam Harvey, and Christian Bear, the friends who were with him before he left. And we hear from the friends that he used to be that night. And you'll also hear importantly that nobody heard. Not his friends in the area, not Ryan Nava, not Tristan Reeves, who's supposed to spend about 5 miles away. None of them heard. We'll hear from family and friends, the people that knew Dylan best, the people who saw him more than just a few tens a year. His mother, Elaine Hall, his brother, Corey Redwine, and his stepfather, Mike Hall. And you'll hear from them, you'll hear that he was uninjured, that he had never come back from that house in the. In fact, what we'll show you, Corey Redwine will talk about this, but we'll also show you the circumstances behind it. But you'll learn that that living room wasn't his childhood living room. The living room that the house that burned down had been rebuilt. The floors redone. The furniture replaced. And it wasn't until April 22nd, 2011, that that was the actual living room that Dylan was brought out. And from there, these witnesses will tell you that it was only a piece of the paper. There was only a few times that he was in that house. Even the defendant himself was rarely in that house. That was less than 100 days at a time. that certification document. Obviously, the defendant for that. But Dylan, only did it. You'll hear from Mike Paul that he was helping with the search after something that was good, and rarely, if ever, this was those recommendations. Mike Paul was looking up on Middle Mountain Road in April prior to this, saw the defendant beating down that mountainside.
Kyle Kuzma is now a part of Panera's Unlimited Sip Club.
Amber Harrison will explain to you that Dylan Redwine had actually seen this photograph, which they discussed, and that they upset him and made him uncomfortable around the law. You'll hear from Kathy Berry. She is a friend of Dylan Redwine, and went over to look at him in the past, and they had yelled at the defendant. And after the defendant grabbed the law, corrected her after she called the meeting. Wasn't the time that she followed the talking about that. And then you'll hear from experts. I've talked about several of these already. You'll hear from Joe Clayton, who's processed 1,000 crime scenes. He'll tell you it looks like this crime scene, but so I'll let him talk about that. But it's in two ways. It's just the blood is no longer visible to the naked eye, but we'll hear from serology and DNA. I told you about the technology in 2013, 2012, and then following up with the biggest mix technology. You'll hear from wildlife experts. Heather Johnson, who has a PhD in wildlife biology, happens to be working and studying the area at the time in college. We'll just go through this because Erica was in high business back for that. All aware that she was lost in college law. It was a low food year, especially up on the mountain. That really didn't fit, even if it was a thought. We'll call Drayton Harrison, who's the regional wildlife manager. He examined and field sites as part of his work, say whether or not a certain animal is on it. So you typical animal that we drag a carcass up or down. It's uncommon to go beyond the mile of certain constraints that. So we'll adjust the three scenarios, whether an animal could have killed Dylan around that time, whether an animal would have dragged him up a mile and a half to within 100 yards of the road, whether any animal is normal animal could just pick up a skull, whether it was value, and carry it over a mile and a half. Look up all three of those. None of that is typical. And then certified anthropologist and certified pathologist. We talked about Diane France a little bit. She will explain to you the other interesting thing about Diane France. She works at a company called Messenger. She insists in the location people who are missing, whether it's Val Pilot is or anybody else is good. She works with them. She can talk to you a little bit about why it's probably common sense that this traditional has stuff like the body, stuff you go down to the familiarity with that. And certified pathologist, Dr. Kurt, who's done autopsies for years and years. He's a medical doctor. Works at the coroner's office here as a pathologist in the autopsy and determining cause and manner of death. Brings him into a separate system. Tell you consistently what Diane France, Dr. France has already said. Those are cut arms. That those injuries are specific to trauma. And it is his assessment of evidence in each area led him to conclude manner of death in case of homicide. As you hear from all of these witnesses, there's 50 of them, pay close attention. Because some of the evidence that you're going to find yourself disturbed if you look. Some of the evidence that lies in the details. Some of the misdirection that the defendant employed to keep the focus off it. Some of the statements he made that later revealed they were just too coincidental to be coincidence. The pillow case. The pillowcase that search and rescue asked him to use. The pillowcase that led to no trail to Dylan. The pillowcase that was supposedly laying where Dylan had slept. When the search and rescue got curious about it, they set up an experiment with this Dylan dog. You can compare that pillowcase to other non didn't have one. Fishing pole. 6-foot fishing pole that Corey Redwine and the defendant knew was kept in the garage. A fishing pole that launched searches in specific areas away from Middle Mountain Road throughout the investigation. A fishing pole that was not found in the search warrant by FBI at his home, and that wasn't found by investigator counseling at a DVD trial, wasn't found by the defendant at whatsoever. It was only produced in July of 2013 after Dylan's remains had been found at Middle Mountain. No more recent track the water. Debit card. Debit card that Dylan Redwine is known to have on his person when he's in the script. For a joint account with his father, so he's been under the app. Something his father didn't mention to law enforcement at the time. Not in any of the details of what they talked about or done that. Debit card that is an item that Dylan was not. A debit card that when the defendant said Dylan had left any of his items behind, debit card that in 2014 March, when the defendant died from the third, found his use. Debit card with the defendant was bringing an account from starts using as his own. That student still says January 2013. Still missing. And the defendant's statement. You'll hear about how when he showed the remains of his son, he called Dylan's half brother Brandon Redwine. His much older brother, who was with him for the second time. He mentioned the term 1/4 comma to Brandon Redwine so many times that he was alarmed and he contacted the police. He called his father back and reported the reference to 1/4 comma. Because at the time, his soul had not been found, investigators hadn't talked about 1/4 comma. But that said, at the time, the alarm was still done. And up here, 2 days later, after the remains were shown to him, investigator County took him for a ride and showed him the remains that had been found. But they continued up all the way to the top, all the way to the end of Huckleberry. As they came back, were in view of the valley that looks down over to Chokira's from the park. Then they made the comment: if any part of the film found us.
Is the NBA playoffs? I don't really see a clear favorite.
It meant nothing to them at the time. No part of Dylan was counted there. Investigators counting it was clear. But it's 5.5 miles down the road. Investigator counting looked at the landmark of the building back up there. He's right down the valley where that's like the Sheepsburg with Dylan Redwine was in. That's before that called the police. 5 days after this. And she said she's concerned. And they asked her, well, Markredwine did something and tell him what was in the doctor. She said, I know what he did. He could have left his body in the mountain. He told me that before I was in the It scared her enough that she remembered it. Told us to investigate only 5 days after. 7 months before. That's exactly how Dylan was found. Watch the details, ladies and gentlemen. At the conclusion of this trial, we will show evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant murdered Dylan Redwine. Despite having to cover a knife to conceal that body, and despite having nearly 18 hours before anyone knew Dylan was missing from the time of his last communication, and despite having 10 days before a missing child search between the search warrant for his home, and despite having 7 months before investigators could do a meaningful search of Middle Mountain Road evidence of that murder will come to light here in this courtroom. You'll see it peeled back as investigators did here displayed in light test comments. Under a rug, in the crevices of the couch, in the darkness of the room that we all thought was under sticks and stones dissolved on a mountainside, bones, cut back. Motive, an opportunity to remain in an area right up where he lived, the only place that he could have put a body of something down on that night. And the assault, into the tampering, moved to a different location. You will hear that despite all of his opportunities to conceal that crime, that he still lacks evidence in all the major categories that you'd expect to hear for a homicide. And that's why he sits before you here, charged with murder. We'll show this evidence. And what you'll hear beyond a reasonable doubt is that he murdered Dylan Redwine, that he disposed of his body in the mountains, and redirected for months and years to avoid this very day. When we prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to hand you verdicts to him to say on them murder in the second degree and child abuse resulting in death. More than 8 years after he really started throwing bodies like this to the animals to destroy any evidence of his murderous act, then we'll give you a verdict form. And we'll ask you to find Mark Redwine guilty for the murder of Dylan Redwine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll start up again just about 2 or 3 minutes after 4 o'clock. Remember my admonitions, you're not to talk. You probably won't see anybody else, but you can't talk to yourselves about the case. So, everybody rise for the jury, please.
Okay, I know that's rough. I know it's hard to hear. It's because he's walked away from the microphones whenever he's addressing the jury, standing up in front of them and giving his presentation. We've got one more opening statement. This is the defense. This guy actually kind of speaks a little bit louder in my opinion. But I want to show you a few of the things that they were looking at. Debs, he did a really good job. She in the chat, she asked, why did it take so long to search the house? He did a really good job of, putting it off. And because they were out in the woods, in the mountains, okay? So if you followed Summer Wells' case, this kind of is, again, out wooded area, big mountainous terrain. And the fact that he had said he was there and then he wasn't, I think that they, pardon me, I think they really had focused their search outdoors and out and around. And it took them a while to get some search warrants. But let me show you, pardon me, let me show you a little bit more of the stuff. Let me get my notes, hang on. So let me show you this area. And this is, this kind of shows you, let me get the picture. Okay, here's the area. Here's up in the mountains. Let me get you some more. 23. And I believe these are These very well may be the ATV trails that were up there that Mark was very familiar with. This one here shows that friend's home and how far of a trek it would have been. Mark's house would be up there at the top, that first top yellow dot. The Reeves home would be down there at the bottom, that second yellow dot. And that shows that it was 5.8 miles away. This would have been the place that Mark said, that he would have went to. Let me show you some more pictures of the outside of the home, of Mark's home. I showed you, let's see, 24. Here we go. And then here. He's got a missing poster hanging on his door. He's in the mountains, guys. It's up there. Just that one. There's another picture. There's that shed area. Here's another outdoor shed. Here is inside of that shed area. These are just evidence photos. These are the actual exhibits that were admitted into the trial. This particular one here is People's Exhibit number 58. Here is an RV that was on the property. Exhibit number 59. More inside. Fun fact, I would absolutely love to live in one of these. Maybe a little bigger than this one is. Here's People's Exhibit number 61. I just want to give you guys an idea of what everything looks like. We'll get to see this stuff and have more detail as the trial goes along. Keep in mind, we're just now at the very beginning at opening statements. Again, sorry for the audio. That it was the best that was offered from the court system. Let's see. Some more inside that RV. Not exactly quite sure what this one is. I followed this case to the T throughout the trial. When it happened, that was 10 years ago. So I'm refreshing along with you guys. Here is some of the inside of the home. It is a pretty nice RV. It's older, and like I said, this was a long time ago. So, the newer ones look nice, but he had a nice RV. Now, what is going to come in handy in these photos? okay, Mark had rearranged the living room. They had had a fire a few years before, and he had replaced the flooring. And you'll see that he mentioned it in the opening statement. I don't know if you guys caught it, but there is an invoice that we'll get to see in the evidence from where he had replaced the flooring, I believe in 2011. Dylan goes missing in 2012. And so part of what he wanted to say, what he as in Mark wanted to say, was that, the blood on the floor was old, but the flooring wasn't old. And at the time that it had been replaced, they were already separated. So Dylan wasn't coming over there as often to be there for him to have any reason to have a whole lot of blood, on his floor. It's the little things that these criminals think that they're going to get away with, and they don't. Let's see. We saw that one. You don't remember the fire part? Yeah, it was something, I believe it was a little fire or something that they had, and so they had to remodel and redo, or maybe I could, if I remember correctly. There's his boarding pass for Dylan. Seat number 80. Here's another picture of the living room. This is before any of that luminol is sprayed. Here's another look at that living room. Okay, we're getting a little more up close onto the furniture. Here we go. Traces of blood will be found on the coffee table, on the couch, on the floor. It's a very nice house, Debs. Peaceful up there in the mountains. I don't know if any of you guys, I know Carla, I haven't seen her pop in yet, but I know she's in Colorado. I grew up there. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. It always amazes me how much they forget and will be used against them. Cell phones, the blue luminol, all of it, Gail. And it's crazy the things that they take the time to cover up, and then the things that they don't. Now, keep in mind, Mark had, I believe, about 18 hours to clean up, do whatever he needed to do, dispose of Dylan before anybody even knew he was really missing. It's 83. Here's a picture of the bathroom. Here's another picture. Pardon me. And you can zoom in. Not necessarily anything really to see in these pictures other than just to see his home. Gail said, I missed a little and will rewind. But the nasty pics of the dad, did Dylan take those, or were those found during the searches? Okay, so those pictures, I didn't show you all of them. Hang on. Let me pull one up that I can. It's going to be quick. Gross. Okay. The pictures were discovered by Dylan and his brother Corey when they were out on a trip with their father. And Dylan saw them, went and got his brother, and called his brother into the bathroom, and they took pictures of the computer. So that's why you see all those MacBook apps down there at the bottom. Did Dylan sleep in the RV? I don't believe so. I think they just were documenting everything. Because I mean, I've racked my brain. I've been, trying to refresh up on this case for the last week, and I've not heard anything come out about the RV. And I remember when I first initially looked through all of this and went through the evidence and stuff, I had that question, and I really just think it was on the property and for them to document, just to be good, good crime scene techs. Okay. One other thing I want to show you really quick before we go to the defense's opening statements. You guys doing okay? Everybody doing good? Yes, nasty, Gail. Nasty. Can you imagine finding videos or pics of your dad like that and you're 13? And then your dad's like, hey, son, come hang out with me. No, thank you. I'll pass. No. I don't know. I'm so amazed. It's crazy. Okay, what I want to show you really quick. This one here is a home layout. This was November 29th of 2012. Okay. Mind you, he went missing on the 19th is when he was reported missing. Here we go. Okay. You might want to zoom in on this, guys. This here is the layout of the living room when they were there. The reason why this is going to be important is as we go on throughout this trial, once they finally get to where they have the search warrant, they can spray the blue star, the luminol, and see where the blood is and everything. It was many months later, and Mark had rearranged the house, the living area in particular. So where the blood will show up is not necessarily the location that the furniture was in when it happened. And you'll be able to see, in my opinion, what I feel happened is that he popped off and there was a manly scuffle, and I think that Dylan got shoved or pushed and that he hit his head on the corner of that coffee table, and that it was just enough to, and I don't know if that's what actually, they said the blunt force trauma is what he died from. But I don't know if it was like an immediate or if he just kind of passed out. No one really knows. But they luckily did find a portion of his skull. There will be expert testimony that talks in detail about what those fractures looked like on it just so happened that what they were able to find had the fractures on it. It also had the knife marks because the prosecution will state that they believe that Mark used a knife and dismembered Dylan, at least to the point of cutting his head off, to place his skull in a completely different area away from any of the other remains. There was very little found of Dylan because it was so long after. But this here, People's Exhibit number 124, this is November 29th, 2012, what the bedroom, what the home layout looked like. Now let me show you what it looked like on August 14th of 2020, or 2013. this is how the layout had changed. And again, this is all important because of where the luminol was found, where the blood was found. Debs, did the mom say that the father had a temper? Yes. So Elaine said, so yesterday, and you can go back and watch the video. I did make a playlist for Dylan, so you'll be able to see everything there. If you missed it yesterday, we watched KUSA news interviews of both mom and dad, separate interviews. They weren't interviewed together. But mom states like that, she didn't have any qualm with him going, right? It was his dad, and she felt that he was safe. Now, with her, I think that there was some violent tendencies, and she had seen that, and that probably contributed to why they were getting a divorce and ending their relationship and separating their family. I think she maybe feared for her safety, but not so much for her child's. And I know that feeling personally. I don't know. I thought you did, Debs. I just wasn't sure. But I've been there where I felt like there was nothing, this person would not hurt their children at all. It was me. And then there was a time that my children were there, and I get a call that, it's getting heated. And that's scary, because I thought they probably would have been safe with their father, with their dad. Gail, yes, go back and watch it. Mom says, I did not have concerns with sending him to go see his dad, other than the fact that Dylan didn't want to go. You guys doing all right? Let's go to the defense's opening statements, and then I'll let you guys have the rest of your day to go on and do what you need to do. Again, the sound is not really any better on this one. I had already been watching it, so bear with me just a moment.
Craft together something special in your home.
And they have put an ad every chance that they could get. But as a YouTuber, I want to support YouTube, so. Come on. Like I said, I had already started it, so let me get back. All right, ready, guys? Here we go. Ad after ad. Bear with me. I don't know if she knew about the pictures. She never really said anything.
Okay, all rise for the jury. All right, we can be seated. Mr. Moran, the defense opening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark did not kill the child.
Mr. Moran, I'm going to stop you right there. First and last name or last name? All right, that's been a rule in this courtroom ever since you've started here.
Your Honor, we have several Mr. Redwine.
All right, then you call him Markredwine.
Sitting over here, listening to counsel, couldn't help but think. There was a time when I would have believed the worst thing that could happen, losing a child. There's something dramatically worse. What Mr. Redwine's experiencing sitting in the courtroom today, falsely accused. Dramatically worse than losing your child is losing your child and being falsely accused of causing that child's death.
In this world, there are two camps. The first are people who have not experienced untimely tragic death. And the second, people have. Mr. Redwine has. And to everyone else suffering and the pain over the loss of Dylan Redwine. We see their hurt. We acknowledge their grief. We make room for their anger. But their blame is misplaced. Mr. Redwine did not kill his child. This is words 50 times until right now. Mr. Redwine, I'd gladly give my life so that he could have his. That's how a dad speaks about his kids. That's how Mr. Redwine spoke about his child. He still speaks about his child. What this case boils down to is the difficulty humans have around the loss of a child. To read about a widow, a child who's lost her parents, an orphan. We haven't come to name the experience of losing a child because it's not supposed to happen. It scares us. It stirs us to anger. And if there's one thing that's consistently true about human beings, when we're angry, when we're scared, or reasonably compromised, you'll see that in this case. A river of grief can flow through this courtroom. And generally well-meaning people, hard-working professionals, are going to call for a wrongful conviction. Born of the grief and the Mr. Redwine, in addition to losing his child, lost everything else. Holding the two up next to each other, none of the attachments matter. But Mr. Redwine lost his home, his livelihood, his family, his community, the benefit of doubt of his leader. He lost it all, and now sits here with this demand for a wrongful conviction. All stands with justice for Dylan. Justice for Dylan is not wrongful convicting his father.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a tough job. It's going to take grit. It's going to take courage to reject the calls from generally well-meaning people. To reject the calls for wrongful conviction from people who are hurting and people who are angry. They've come too far to admit their mistakes. They've come too far to acknowledge that there's better truth that animals is the damage Dylan Redwine father and his father. We glossed over it in their remarks. And I want to start with this one essential question and then move into things that were left out by legal counsel and prosecution and moment. But this one essential question informs the entirety of the case. There's one that's consistent with your common sense and one that will be borne out by the fact. And that one essential question: would Dylan have left his father's house on the morning of November 19, 2012, while his dad was at work? And anybody who knows 13, anybody who can look back and remember being 13, knows that 13-year-olds are experiencing increasing independence and absolutely would leave their father's house and dad's at work. And then when the child has been told no the evening before. So let's hold these two things up next to each other. That Mr. Redwine, admittedly imperfect and flawed. Dylan has it. Facts beyond change. Dylan doesn't want to be told no again. The evening before, when he said he wanted to go spend time with Brian Nava, after he had just flown in, Dad said no. And Dylan said, I'll show you why this prospect that is consistent with your common sense and is consistent with the fact that will come into this courtroom is the essential question of this case. And then we hold it up next to what the prosecution is describing to you. Dark, speculative, fantasy monster. This drunken criminal mastermind chops and dismembers his child in the middle of the night. Bashed his stolen, but no blood. No blood in the way they're describing to you. And he did all of this. Shitty. Or dehumanized. And that'll make it easier for a wrongful conviction. And then he does all this and leaves no trace. And also that he reports it immediately. Rather than taking the time that he has for the child in his sole custody today, he goes to Bayfield Marshal's office, has law enforcement searching him in his house on November 9th and November 10th. And then the FBI truck that looks like out of ET movie, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigations truck several days after that, searching his home. Before we get there, I want to cover a couple of things. Busted clicker. So the answer to the one essential question, yes. 13-year-old told no the evening before would leave his dad's house. What else supports that? Well, we know that Dad had already said no. The texts were shown to you in opening argument by the prosecution. This is Dylan. He signed his text messages with his face with a statch. A demonstration that they've been increasingly independent. He starts to talk to his 13-year-old friend. And his friend is asking, did your dad say no? And he says yes. More reasons to take off. He's irritated with his dad. His dad doesn't really have any Thanksgiving plans. His dad's been out in the oil fields in Silver City, New Mexico for weeks, just getting into town right before Dylan arrives in Durango, by the Vito area. And Dad's suggesting, well, why don't we go up to your uncle's place in Castle Rock, which is where Dylan just flew in. And why else would he take off? His buddy Brian, just down the road. Why else would he take off? Because there's a contempt citation sitting on the kitchen table. And we know that when Dylan becomes aware of his father saying things that are critical of his mom or his older brother, that upsets us. We know that because Dylan told that to the judge. We know that when that happened, that Dylan takes off. He says it himself.
So everything was bad, frustrated. But I kind of still know off.
It's actually a pretty sophisticated coping technique for a little kid. I go off and do my own thing and it's that. We have more corroborative history that Dylan would have taken off that morning while his dad was at work. Parental alienation is encouraged. His mom and dad had been in acrimonious custody proceedings, domestic relations proceedings since 2005.
Ooh. Once you try the roomy toe box and more natural foot position of ultras, you'll wonder how you ran in anything else.
I don't need a man to make money. Amazon's Kindle app lets me make my own money on my own schedule without needing.
And Dylan's father is used as a cudgel, and Dylan is used as a proxy in the alienating co-parenting situation. where the mom is saying, I'm sick, or I'm going to have you go live with your dad. Dad is turned into a punishment for the child. And the text that you saw the prosecution provided there, went through it quickly, but I saw that folks were reading it. But here, when he gets to the airport, mom's saying, glad you're safe, make your dad wait at the baggage claim or out at the arrivals area. Dylan's being encouraged not to show the sort of respect for the child who would say, Dad, I'm out of here, I'm going to see my pal. He's being encouraged to show that sort of respect. And that all supports this one essential question answer. Yes, Dylan would take off when he wakes up in the morning and his father's gone. Dylan forgets his phone charger. Why wouldn't he have reached out to his friends and say, hey, my dad's not around, I'm coming over? He routinely forgets his phone charger. The last time he visited Durango, September 3rd, 2012, he doesn't have a phone charger. The only phone charger he has as a backup in Durango is in Dad's car. And Dad's in town, running errands. Dad had to go to town to deal with a payroll issue, wanting to get back into town while it was still fresh in everyone's mind that he worked the hours that he hadn't been credited. It wasn't working for town. Dylan sleeps in frequently, as we know, those of us who spend time around 13-year-olds. Or more than that. Dylan had packed himself. He showed up in Durango with no coat, shorts, a t-shirt. He'd been up until 4 a.m. on the 18th. So the day he flew, he spent up until 4 a.m. with his friend. He would have been groggy and tired when he was packing. You know that Dylan hitchhiked. Unusual for 13-year-olds. His friend Ryan Nava said as much to the FBI, that it was kind of cool that Dylan wasn't scared to hitchhike. And his buddy, Tristan Reed, right down the road, 5 miles down the road in town, easy hitchhike, especially up in Bayfield. The people are cool about it, and it's uncommon. The animal damage to Dylan is uncontroverted. They didn't show you that part of the skull. The part of the skull with an apex predator tooth mark on it. It's right at the area of damage that they would have you believe is blunt force trauma. A mountain lion or a bear. This Dylan, right at the spot where there is damage to the skull that they're saying was caused by blunt force trauma. You know what else is able to give blunt force trauma? The jaw, the bear, or a mountain lion. There was suggestion of cleanup. You'll see the picture. There was no cleanup. The type of cleanup that would have been necessary in this case would have required power washing. The house would have reeked of bleach and pine salt. There would have been tarp with blood on it. There would have been something anything to indicate a cleanup. If that wasn't present here, there's no overflowing garbage cans. There's no bloody mop. You'll hear crime scene investigators. We're bringing some folks in from the Netherlands to talk about what luminol looks like in the domestic. This is what you can expect from a crime scene that can clean up. It lights up like reality. When there's been blood in the house, and bleach has been used. Bleach reacts to luminol. This is what it looks like in a crime scene. And this is what it looks like in a crime scene where there's been cleanup. In the crime scene where there's been cleanup, it's white and luminol. You can put lots of blood and a lot of it. Paint a wall with it. Luminol is very simple. And this is what you'd expect. And you only ever use luminol. You only ever use luminescing agents if you can't see the blood. So these are places where it was sprayed, where they couldn't see until luminescent agents was shown. I want to just point out briefly some of the things that I'm concerned about after listening to counsel's opening argument. Football suspicion, giving some people football. I'm concerned that this might be the film that was shown to you in a photograph by the prosecution or opening. That's not the that's what luminol looks like inside. The amount of luminol that's fluorescent, indicating the presence of iron, which oxidizes with it, was minimal.
We know patients are more than their disease. That's why at Novo Nordisk, we've spent 100 years developing treatment.
There are some lawyer words that are annoying. The bar here, and like the little fence in the courtroom. The inculpatory and exculpatory, I think, are important enough that it makes sense to take a moment to explain inculpatory. That describes something that suggests guilt, like smoking down the machine, bloody knife, that. Exculpatory, you can think there's on the skull, where you think there's possible trauma damage to part of the past. When there's exculpatory evidence in this case, because of the confirmation bias, ignore it. Junk science is credited. Fake evidence embraced. Biased witnesses endorsed. Some of the most biased witnesses that have ever been through a courtroom with me, 32 years. They talked to you about this fishing pole. What is it? It makes sense to me that they're furious about it. And they think that it was Mr. Redwine speaking to send them off the trail, send them off the mountain down to the lake that it's been days and weeks. I can understand that frustration. It's cold out. But they're using fishing. Narrow and fine. I think where you stick your fishing for 13 years. And then when going back, all that and pushing the road. This is where Mr. Redwine said fishing part of that. He didn't know that the FBI took pictures of when they were at his house. If he really treated youth as a law enforcement on a wild abuse chase, why would he have given them the fishing pole in July 2013? The fishing pole was an obsession for law enforcement, but really, if they had just looked more carefully, or if they had not just ignored everything that was spoken for, everything that Mark said, that they could have found information that showed that he was being truthful. If they weren't just ignoring and only cherry-picking the things that got them to the ready-made conclusion. Confirmation bias is a thread that connects all of this case. You saw images of this t-shirt. But they don't really worse.
This what?
Banana sticker. Yes. What? It feels sort of strange to be talking to you about a banana sticker in this murder trial. But this banana sticker has been ignored throughout on Dylan's shirt where his own were found. We know Mark doesn't eat the peas and green brown. He doesn't have a lot of vegetables. The peas and walnuts. He's been out of town. And for some reason, those kids' shirts, they totally ignore it. They can do touch DNA. When you touch stuff, you leave DNA. They didn't bother with that. Stickers are an excellent place to find fingerprints. They've never even peeled it off the shirt.
Our choices shape our futures. The future.
He is out that to test this beer can. This beer can found right in the middle of Dylan's feet. He said, why hasn't this been paid more attention to? It is at the precise location of hair and fabric collected in this case. When they did test at our request, they found another man's DNA on it. But they stopped there because it's exculpatory, without running it through the system to see if there's any other evidence of who that man may be. All felons are in their system. With my remaining 37 minutes, these things I want to cover with you. DNA is the gold standard. I want you to hear about the DNA first, because it's the evidence that can't be manipulated. It doesn't work with you. So, unless you misinterpret it, it doesn't go along with confirmation bias. It's what all the rest of the evidence should be held up next to. It's junk science, in this case, dogs have way more demonstrably false alert than anything else. The dogs are unreliable. The animals disagree and say things that are contrary to our common sense. Biased scientists, we start at a conclusion, we work backwards. Bad science, junk science. The evidence in this case, fake evidence. The notion that Mr. Redwine is shitty and he's killed every time someone said that, fake evidence. As is the motive that was created by Facebook vigilantes, the mind readers, all of the people who want to say, had my child gone missing and my community turned against me and protested and held outside my house, I would have acted differently. Those mind readers, none of them have a lost child. None of them have met people who have gone through it in the way that Mr. Redwine. The witnesses are biased. The police officers in this case chose sides in the divorce. The neighborhood watcher who didn't like Mark before she told her story.
Mr. Duran, that's the second time, the third time actually, the second time I didn't stop you. It's markredwine. Let's pay attention to what you're saying.
DNA, gold standard. So, the couch cushion, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, item number 2.1. It's positive for blood as was described to you by the prosecution. It matches Dylan. It's the only spot in the house this entire result. It's 1.9 nanograms. Infinitesimally small. The amount of blood you expect to see in anybody's house, certainly in this room. Infinitesimally small, unsurprising, of course. 13-year-olds who pick gas, 13-year-olds who play wood, 13-year-olds who play baseball, football, go fishing, pick popcorn kernels out of their teeth, infinitesimally small. The blood found in his house. It didn't reach the time salt. 0.0006 grams. That's a grain of salt. What we're talking about with these nanograms is a grain of salt cut in half 60,000 times. It's floating in the air. Certainly present in this room. Present in anyone's house. The DNA folks will come in here and they will tell you that it's not surprising the amount of blood that was found in this house and that everybody's house has something like it in it. CBI 3.1, also blood. Corey and Dylan. I disagree with counsel. He said that Corey never bled in the house. He claims that there was an occasion that he had to put a Band-Aid on or otherwise treat a wound in the house. But we know that there's a mixture of Corey and Dylan. We know that it's blood. And we know that the amount is undetermined. So the lab that can find a 60,000th grain of salt couldn't tell us how much of this Corey Redwine and Dylan Redwine there was. Coffee table also has DNA blood. It's a mixture of Corey, or of Mark Redwine and Dylan Redwine. The only other blood in the house they find 0.39 written nanograms. Even about tiny. But the mixture, tell me, how do you have both? The DNA found is unsurprising. The other locations where they find blood are spots where it's DNA, so it's not, it could be spit, dandruff, epithelial cells, on the couch cushion, and the floor by the couch. And each of those are mixtures, mostly Mark Redwine, some Corey Redwine, and an unknown small fraction of Dylan Redwine. The floor by the couch, mostly Corey Redwine, some Dylan Redwine, fraction Mark Redwine. It's unsurprising. The dog who the prosecution stuff, they can't replicate the work these dogs have done. It would be simple for them to do. These handlers have parts of human bodies, and they can take a part of human bodies and they could put it somewhere and try to replicate what they are claiming happened here. But Dylan was removed from the house in the night and put up on the mountain. That gives a couple of hours. But that body part, if you were to train it and prove the dog can do what you claim, you put that body part somewhere in the station. In this case, the dog's not doing the sniffing until 106 days later. And you come back 106 days later to see if the dog can alert in that room where there's been a body part for a few hours 106 days before. Well, in the back of that Dodge pickup truck. That Dodge pickup truck had been out in Colorado winter, summer, 14 months before they bring a dog by. And the dog says, oh yeah, there's a human body in the truck. There are demonstrable false alerts all over the place. Here's a dog alerting to the lake. They want to blame Mr. Redmond for sending dogs to the lake. But it's because of the fishing system. But it's really these people with the dog saying, oh yeah, the dog's alerting all over the lake. We're finding remains now in the lake. And that's also misleading. It's not a cadaver dog. These dogs don't smell cadaver. They smell human remains. The human remains are shed by living humans all the time. Blood, teeth, hair. That's all human remains. These dogs are there for that stuff. It doesn't mean anybody's dead. These dogs are dangerous. Dr. Lisa Litt, she wrote the best study on this. The information provided to you about it. She brought in dogs that had been certified as a law enforcement dog, and these dogs were, the dog handlers were told, in that building, there's drugs, there's they're bombs. These dogs, 80+% of them, and the handlers have been told that, went in the building and said, yep, dog alerted, drugs, bombs inside the building. The whole point of the study is to show that handler believes that's how. That was the name of the study. And it turns out there had not been any bombs or drugs in that building. It was just the handler believing that they were that caused the dog to be alerted. Here is when they brought small babies, that's one of the dogs that we heard about, up to the mountain. The red spots are locations where actual items and evidence is found. The blue spots were places the dogs were living. And they brought this dog to the location where the dog shouldn't do it. That is in a spot where they were headed. The dogs can't do what their handlers tell them. These are all demonstrable false alerts. These are locations in the house where the dog alerted. They seized items and they took them back to the lab. And this lab, where they're able to find things at a 60,000 grain of salt, they couldn't find what these dog handlers think was in it. They took the fireplace tools, nothing. They took the threshold in Mr. Redwine's house, which must have been frustrating in the wintertime up in Bayfield. They took, or we know in locations where spots of blood have been found, dogs not alerting in those locations. The dogs have more false alerts than anything else in this case. They seized Mr. Redwine's speakers because the dog alerted on them. He didn't have tunes after they were done, and there was nothing on the speakers. They cut up his carpet because the dog alerted there, and they didn't find anything in the lab. They had a dog alert on the washing machine. Nothing was found on the washing machine. It was presumptive positive for blood, but when you got it to the lab, it wasn't human blood, it was animal blood like that. Or another false alert would be the oxygen. The testing is, we took pieces of his bathroom was called, nothing. This is the best result. The handler's not a scientist. You may need to present a scientist for you. You can talk about laws, talk about why these animal handlers can't be relied on in making the types of claims they made in this case. The dog alert on the shoes is go to the prosecution counsel. No doing it. We're figuring it out to test this. Same with the shirt. Both shirts. The dog alerted to a time limit. We'll get into that later. The locations in the truck, the dog alerted. This isn't a truck that's been seen. If there was anything in it, CBI would have found it. CBI was in fact there. The dog was doing his work. And they were able to rush in and test right with the dog alerted. These dogs are trained to pinpoint on the strongest source of scent. And they were able to bring a lab guy in, test it right away, nothing. They can't corroborate the dog alert because it was false alert. The wildlife experts that you'll hear from are going to talk about how there's no way that an animal would move something more than 500 feet. It's not consistent with common sense. And to the extent there's some truth in it, because of course energy is what's important in the wild animals. And they wouldn't take it much farther than they needed to. Add in a gunshot, multiply it by 4. And these animals move things. The reason it took them a couple of days from when the people found the skull and they came back and they had to come back again and again is because it moved in the interim. That's what happens in nature. It's the wild for a reason. Wildlife chews on bones and the minerals. They move things that have sources of energy for them.
Kyle Kuzma is now a part of Panera's Unlimited Sip Club.
The distances that we're talking about just an animal doesn't cover that with the map. It's up there. Still, not up there. Right there. To follow the bear from the drainage. We talk about animals, and this area with the adult is still an animal base. The skull was found in a coyote den. The animal damage is uncontroverted. There was some mention of a mark on the skull that there will be someone testifying is consistent with a tool mark. So we'll be calling the guy from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI guy from Quantico. He does tool mark analysis for a living, and he'll tell us, as will some other folks who look at the cut on the skull, that if you use a scanning electron microscope, you can see places of metal. But that wasn't done. The expert you'll hear from that thinks that it was tool mark destroyed evidence. After Dr. France tried to create a mold of the skull, she got material from the mold inside that thing that needed to be scanned, scanning electron microscope. And now we can't look at it because she destroyed it. The tool mark guy from the FBI, the guy whose entire job to look at things, figure out whether a tool did it, that what he's seeing could have been created by the environment, animals, a teeth, claws, just as easier to see. Only one expert. We want to destroy the evidence so that nobody else can take a look at it with a scanning electron microscope and definitively figure this out. We can say there's a tool mark. I don't want to have to use up any longer than this today, but those photographs from deep within Mark's private life, of course, he doesn't want to be confronted about them on national television. If it was correlated with violence, we'd hear about it. Look at both government who raised it. If they could find anyone to say that people who do that are more likely to kill their child, that information would be given to you. There would be a lack of evidence at length today because it doesn't exist. Mr. Redwine was repeatedly confronted about photographs. If there was a one-to-one lineup between these photographs and homicidal rage, you would have seen it on a television show with all the Facebook vigilantes, all them out there, with the vandals who come out to his house, the police who say it to him repeatedly, with his son cords, messages in the ballot, answering the ballot, jail where he's confronted about it. But more importantly, the trip that Dylan and Mark took from Bayfield to Boston to watch baseball, and stopping off in Chicago through Pittsburgh. Somewhere on this trip, Mark said something that Dylan takes offense at, something with respect to Mr. Redwine, said something that it upsets Dylan Redwine with respect to Dylan Redwine's mom, Elaine Hall, and brother, Corey Redwine. And Dylan Redwine's response is to say, send me the proof book, send me the proof book, send me the proof book, over and over and over and over. The proposition is that every time Mark is confronted by his child and they're out by themselves, Mark's going to kill. That when he's provided this motive sparker, he murders, then it would have happened somewhere in the vast, wide open spaces between Bayfield and Boston. I'm running out of time, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but the folks who give law enforcement the motive know that they don't have, that law enforcement can't sort through why this loving father would kill his child, and they also know about the photographs. So these folks who run Facebook pages where the topic is the merits of lynching Mark Redwine and such things. Those things are discussed. Those are the folks who come up with the motive. The notion that Dylan is avoiding his father at Walmart. Dad's at Walmart shopping for cornbread and onions. Of course, the 13-year-old went to the video game console. Any self-respecting 13-year-old would. That's what you do when you go to Walmart with dad. Fake evidence. That's not proof of anything, but the two of them walked away from each other. The witnesses that will be provided as a follow-up to these Investigator Cowan, as described to you on this day, where they're bringing Mr. Redwine up to Middle Mountain to show him locations where remains have been recovered. Cherry picks this remark that Mark makes at this beautiful vista, where Mark gestures off towards the Pacific Ocean and says, "Did you find anything out there?" All day, Mark had been saying, "He's there, he's there." It was the whole point of him getting in the car with 3 Plata County Sheriff's Office officials. They were going to take him up to show him locations where they recovered some of the remains. So the first place they stopped on their drive that day, spot where law enforcement said, "This is where we found some stuff." Then the second place they stopped, Mark said, as they're eating lunch, "Did you find anything out there?" And then cherry picked it as some sort of admission that he did wrong. It's consistent with what you discussed when you're with a bunch of police officers going to look at spots where remains have been found. Mark talks about...
Mr. Moran, that's the 6th time you've done that today. Please watch yourself.
I thought we discussed this in the range different Mr. Redwine is saying, "Did you see the canyon? Did you see anything in the canyon? Did you find anything in the drainage? Did you see that shoe right there? Did you look at the river? Did you find anything to help you continue to stuff?" It's the topic of discussion for that day. Investigator Cowan literally is talking to himself about spaceships, the Bigfoot, the galaxy, Elvis. And in the moments where Mark is not keeping his attention on subjects like that, this is the kind of stuff that police officers are talking about. So it makes sense why a dad who's going up to look at spots where his child's remains is found wouldn't want to let the bulb turn to this sort of walking and pops out, blood and brain on boots. Investigator Goldbright, she's the second investigator. She takes over for Investigator Cowan, who's spraying the boots on the spot. And she uses sight and dogs and vacuum place and vehicles to try to suck out the smell of dead bodies. 14 months plus after Dylan's gone missing, she makes strange threats, but I'm not going to be able to stop without us knowing about it. They put GPS trackers on it. If he was driving around spreading bones, they would have known. They had the means to follow his every move, to tap his bones. Nothing. They wired his neighbors. He couldn't go to the general store and buy a 6-pack of half without someone turning on the recorder and do that and trying to interview the law enforcement telling people up there at the time. Remember, they were saying, in the Scuttlebutt thing, there's blood everywhere. Like the doors in the elevator at the Outlook Hotel in the Shining open, and there's blood on the walls and the ceilings. And we're talking about 60,000 with a grain of salt. They put game cams up on the mountain. They chased away witnesses who were providing exculpatory information. This remark about, "Do you worry that he's like a terrorist?" was a woman who was saying that Mark was a child. And that person became less inclined to engage with Mark after being treated like that when she mentioned her Algerian fiance. Investigator Goldbright talking about how she didn't really think that the pictures were the cause. She thinks it's weird, but not a motive. About the child's mom, she's going to paint an hour out too. Or about another witness, she thought of somebody bought the stuff. She gets warrants, despite the fact that Mr. Redwine is okay with them coming in the house. He's always welcoming them in. He drives and sees them. They can search them. He's happy to give them whatever information they need. But reminds the discussion about how he didn't leave his house on the 19th. Law enforcement had told him, remain in the house in case the child calls. They told him to do that. And then they use it as some sort of proof that he'd done something nefarious. The postal worker, Angela Lee, has been delivering mail up in the Bayfield area for 30 years. When she first speaks of law enforcement on November 20th, 2012, she said, I saw Dylan, I'm positive, I'm certain, and she said that he was walking around in the afternoon on the 19th, well after the prosecution was alleging that Dylan had us spread out on the map. When she started talking to investigator Goldbright, she goes as positive and certain that the child who she knows, she delivers mail to his father, and he's seen the child out there, his father, and getting fishing poles that they're playing sports. And she talks to Mr. Redwine at the box. That's how she knows him. That's how male people say they know a customer in delivering. They don't have any, she doesn't have any dog in the fight. And she goes from positive. And then she's 70%. Investigator goes right working on it. And they progress. And then she goes down to 60, 70%. And then she's unsure. And then she doesn't know. And then she's claiming to see things that she had not seen. And she's talked out of believing a lie not by law enforcement. I take no joy in doing this. The loss of Dylan and the hurt and brokenness people have experienced around it.
Should a school-aged girl or a grown woman be forced?
But Ms. Hall, Dylan's mom, engaged in parental alienation by the community and encouraged Dylan to see Dylan Redwine to see his father, Mark Redwine, as punishment, as something bad. She's the main generator of bias in this case. And take examples like hitchhiking. When law enforcement reached out to her to say, if you call it, the random child hitchhiking, she said, oh no. That was an occasion where they got in the vehicle with someone that they knew, which turned out not to be the case. And Ryan Novel, the hitchhiking was more than that. And he's saying that's the FBI. But now as time's gone on, the line might have gotten hot. We're expecting that he'll change his story on that, but originally he said it was something that Dylan would do. There's this strange occasion where Ms. Hall is saying, I didn't call my divorce lawyer. And the prosecution pointed out they want it to sound like she called law enforcement. That's not. The first call she made was the notion that if you're saying something, it should pass through the rubric. You're honest, whether that thing's kind and true and not. The rubric that things were passing through, at least at that time, with the litigiousness around the domestic relations case was, does this give me a leg up in litigiousness with Mark? Does this make me look bad and Mark? Make me look good and make Mark look bad? That's why in an instant, decisions are made like, should I say, when asked, did you call the lawyer? I should say no. It's the rubric information passes through it. Dylan Redwine. That is the son that was estranged from Mark Redwine and recorded all the conversations with Mr. Redwine, with Mark Redwine. Mr. Redwine was mourning the loss of a child, needed someone to talk to, and Brandon Redwine used it as an opportunity to record his father And it was mentioned of how on one report in the discussion on one of those traumas, there were freewheeling discussions of hours that are recorded, and Mark talks about gunshots and knives. Speculate about what might have happened to this child as he might have. Corey Redwine will provide some testimony in this case. And again, there is no joy in pointing out the grief responses that this young man had to losing his brother, but he completely down. And whether your feelings are based on something that happened, whether you blame is right or wrong, the feelings are clearly strong. And his feelings are strong towards his father, who he hates. The cut of the jib testimony that will be provided to you by folks who don't know what it's like to lose their child in circumstances. We'll talk about how he had these and if he felt situations like this one, where law enforcement couldn't understand why he didn't want to come down to the lake when they created this dam. The dogs were alerting and they thought they were going to pull out the body of his child. And they thought it was real serious and didn't want to see his beloved Dylan pushed out of the way. There were other occasions where they say that he wasn't going up in the woods to join in searches. When he did go on searches, he was cheered and heckled. When he did go on searches, people figured that he was up there to kick dirt over evidence. When he didn't go on searches, it was because he every single thing he did went through the reverse of confirmation bias and his belief that he was the kid's child. They made it up, ladies and gentlemen. The portray of this arc that will cause folks to think he's capable of anything. We made up a crime. We made up a motive. We made up the cause of death. They don't know that it's homicide. There's better evidence of animals having something to do with it than a human. We made up the manner of death. They don't know. I want to play this for you with the few minutes I have remaining. This is the moment that Mr. Redwine finds out that they have determined definitively that the child is deceased. This is
we just keep getting more and more stuff because we still have some people out in the field that might not name. So I'm telling you, what you're about to see is happening. No, I kind of sense that when you just said what you did. I'm telling you, what you're about to see is happening. I want to make prepared for this. There's more than a dry eye and how much people when we were dealing with this kid. This is so upsetting. I didn't be quiet people. What we saw before really Jeff Park here. We have some visitor remains, positively identified human remains, and the DNA came back this morning, 100% positive. That's Dylan. I'm sorry. I know.
So here we are. With spinal injury after all of this unfolded. And the demand for wrongful conviction. to take grit. It's going to take courage on your behalf, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take the grit and the courage to see through the difficult emotions we experience around the loss of a child. It makes sense that we know things. It makes sense that we impacted law enforcement need to be able to provide answers. But we don't do justice for him. Our wrongfully convicting his father comes from his not guilty. Mr. Redwine did not kill his child. Mr. Redwine is not guilty. Second degree murder. Mr. Redwine is not guilty. A child abuse resulting in death. Be brave. Be strong. Do good. Find Mr. Redwine not guilty. Did not kill a child. Thank you. Appreciate your kind attention.
If you turn off your, just turn it off, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for the day. We want you back here. We want to be ready to go as close to 8 o'clock as we can. It's going to take a little bit longer for you guys to do everything you need to do in the morning for security reasons. I know you've been shown where to park. I'm not sure what time Cindy told you to be there. She might have told you at 10 till. I'd like to get started as soon after 8 as we can. So in any event, before you go, I'll admonish you again, and I'll do this repeatedly throughout the trial. Do not discuss this case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. Do not initiate, post, or respond to anything about this case on social media. In fairness to the parties of this lawsuit, you should keep an open mind throughout the trial. You should reach your decision only during your final deliberations. Do not permit any third person to discuss this case in your presence. If anyone attempts to do so, please let me know. During the course of the trial, do not talk to any witnesses or with the defendant or the lawyers in the case. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not engage in any outside reading in the case. This includes on the internet and on social media. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in the case. Do not read about the case in, again, newspaper, obtain information, radio, television, internet, social media, or any other media source. Do not in any other way try and learn about the case outside the courtroom. You must base your verdict solely upon the evidence presented at the trial. With that, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention today. Everybody rise for the jury, please. Okay, the record can reflect the jury has left the courtroom. A couple things that I want to bring up. From both sides, we need copies of everything that was presented. The PowerPoint that was presented, we'll mark it as a court exhibit. So make sure you get that to us this week. The other thing is, which I couldn't really tell what it was, and then I realized that transcript was shown. There hasn't been any determination, at least by the court, that transcript is accurate. I know it was provided to me by prosecution in terms of helping me listen to what was on the audio and video recordings that we saw. Unless there's a proper foundation laid for a transcript to be shown to the jury, either as an exhibit or as during a closing argument, I'm not going to allow it. So I'm just warning you guys. I know you didn't know that. I'm just both sides know that transcription, you have to be very careful. So is there anything for me to say?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
One concern, people announced over the lunch hour they intended to call Joseph Olive, so I want to on there. There's good faith with, so that's fine. It's discovery, it's north side. They said that they're changing their plans on calling tomorrow. We ask for updated contact.
Okay, I'm sure that can happen. Is that any problem?
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anything else?
Well, on the same time, you guys have looking at Bill, filling. We've never heard of him.
We're all looking at each other a little flummoxed. Maybe that was done in air, but we'll find out what that correspondence was, and we'll do it.
All right. All right, let's be ready to go at 8 o'clock. I doubt the jury will be ready, but
All right, guys. Okay. How long was the trial? I know that it was over, I'm going to say 15 days. Looks like 19 days, I believe. So quite a while. 3 weeks, just about. Okay, let me show you just a couple things and then I will let you guys go. You doing all right? Okay, Queen Petty mentioned the video that I posted, the evidence video, and I want to pull that up for you. I think it's this one here. Okay. I'm going to put this video up. My dog's about to knock my light over. Stop. Hold on. Sorry. He's going to have a disaster. Let's see. What Deb say? I followed it in the news, but didn't watch the trial. I watched the trial. I watched the sentencing. This is very interesting to me, and I've watched this stuff for as long as I can remember, most of my adult life. Okay, let me show you. This is People's Exhibit number 317. And actually, I will try to make it a little bit bigger for you guys on the screen. But I want to get all of it in there. Pardon my dog shakes in the back. Hold on. Make it a little bit. I don't want to cut anything off so that you guys can see. And I did give you a hint on TikTok. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is, I found this part extremely interesting. And this is why I made this video and I posted this. You can find it on YouTube and on TikTok. And so you guys get a little treat because you get to find it with me. But I have participated in ground grid searches for a missing child. And I wanted you guys to see what these searchers see. This is a small area, think of looking down, taking a picture on the ground. Okay. This is a small little area, and they found evidence here, and I know where it's at, and I've seen it. So it stands out to me now, and it will to you guys once you see it. I'll zoom in and show you where it's at in just a moment. But I really want you guys to see that the level of expertise, the level of detail, the level of attention that is spent on these cases. And so when these experts for the state, for the prosecution, get up there and speak, they know what they're talking about. Now, while experts on both sides will be paid for their testimony and for their opinion, it's important to understand what they've actually done. And so the searchers are out there, they're finding this little itty teeny tiny little bitty thing in this messy wood ground, the floor of the woods of the mountains with all the stuff around it. And to see what they saw, Debsy says, is that a bone on the top right? No, those are all sticks. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Now, keep in mind, it's going to take away some of the, some of the picture, but I am not hiding any of the evidence. I've still got the evidence right there for you to see. So I zoomed in a little bit more. Anybody see it yet? I'm going to zoom in more. Can anybody see it? No, Queen? Okay, hold on. Let me zoom in more. Okay, I zoomed in more. I promise it's there, guys. I promise. Imagine walking around out here, like literally being outside with all the sights and the sounds. Can you see it? It is amazing, the evidence that they found. I gave a hint on TikTok. Hold on, let me zoom in more. Do you see it? Once you see it, then you'll see it in the big picture. It's like a Where's Waldo. Can you see it? No, you're not blind. This is how minuscule, how detailed a search has to be. The smallest amount of evidence to be found. You see a round white thing. No, it's not white. Okay, I zoomed in more. Now tell me if you see it. There is something black there with lettering on it. There you go, Gail. All right. Let me shrink the picture back down, and then I will show you the actual piece of evidence that they pulled out of this wooded area. I had to make you work for it, guys. Dang, we stretched it way out. Hang on. Okay. Let me pull it up. I think it is number. Here you go. His earbuds or his headphones, his earphones. It is his black kicker headphones. You see him? Okay, let me show you some other small little stuff that they found. Let me show you the terrain really quick. I know we're kind of jumping ahead, but because this is already a trial that's already been done, it's okay. Here's part of the search that took place. Look at this terrain. Now, I went to Tennessee for the 1-year vigil for Summer Wells being missing. And while the terrain there is different, but that's kind of what this reminded me of, looking at these trees and this steep incline. So amazing that those were found, Gail. Yes, it was law enforcement. It was a search party, so I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure we'll find out later in the trial, but I'm not sure if it was a law enforcement, like a detective, or if it was, as part of a search party. I'm not quite sure. There's more. Check this out. Look at this. Look at the terrain. Imagine searching and looking for any little thing you can find. And here's the deal. You know that if you're looking out in these woods where the child is said to have been or possible to have been, and you're looking months and years later, you're not looking for an intact full body. You're looking for, like I said, the smallest, teeniest, tiniest things that you can find, because skin and soft tissue and organs have deteriorated, have decomposed. And so now you're left with bones, and on a child, those are tiny. Look. Queen Petty, it wasn't much, I can tell you that. They didn't find much. I'm showing you. Okay, Debsy, there's a bone. Look how much it looks like the branches. Look how much it blends in. It is white, so it's quite a contrast, this particular piece. Here's a up close. Correct. There's not even a smell to catch your attention, because we're months, days, years, weeks later in some cases. Can I zoom in on that other one? Yeah, sure. Let me go back. The fact that all of this was found in the woods behind his home. Dylan's communication ceased before 10 o'clock the night before. Dylan didn't walk off. Dylan didn't go to a friend's house. Here's the bone. They didn't find much of this boy. There's more. You're right, Gail, and I couldn't imagine, and my heart breaks for her. She waited so long, and your child hasn't contacted you. Your mom. And the fact that your kid hasn't contacted you, you know something's wrong. You know it. You know she knew. A 4-inch piece of bone. Few more pictures, guys. Check this one out. We're going to get up close on that. It really is. We kind of went with an orange, black, reddish theme for this particular stream. Go ahead and throw some orange hearts in the chat for Dylan. He deserves it. We love you, Dylan. I'm sorry that you had a bum dad. Hang on, I lost my spot where I was at. Here we go. This here's People's Exhibit number 247. It's a black cloth that was found. And on the, I'll zoom in a little bit, on the right of it, they have written down the actual coordinates of where they found it. Yes, these are parts of his clothing. So remember I showed you the picture of him and what looked like a grandmother, and he had on the black shirt with the white socks? Yeah. I'll show you. There's more. We'll skip a few and go here. And Again, it is so amazing what they found, the pieces that they were able to locate after days and days of him being out there. Let me see. Look here. It's a little stretch, just a moment. Now, this was evidence, in my opinion, of animal activity. Deb said, I can't figure out how to do emojis on this phone. My normal phone is in the shop getting a new battery. That's okay. We just love that you're here. and yes, this here does show animals. And that's why there's a lot of animal testimony throughout this trial, but the experts will show that there really wasn't too much animal stuff on the bones themselves, or they could definitely tell what was animal, let me say that, and what was not, because they can research animals and do extensive testing and stuff with the animals to see, how they bite things, what they do, where they take their prey, how far they will carry it, all that kind of stuff. They were able to take these shredded pieces and put them together to form this boy's shirt, that same shirt that he was seen wearing in that picture. Couple more, guys, just so you can get a good idea. There's Dylan's hair. Here's some more evidence, more woods. Here's a little more up close. We will see the video of him in Walmart and leaving the airport. And I believe so. I believe that was the shirt that he had on. And Mom even said in that interview, she said that, I wouldn't have expected him to change clothes. He had only been there 24 hours, or not even 24 hours. I am very impressed that they found anything. Queen Petty says, if only bones are left and remains, how do they identify the person? Is it still DNA? Yes, because inside that bone marrow, they're able to, extract DNA from it. Here is up close. There's that bone that we just looked at on the floor of the woods. Yes, he was a teenage boy. And, he had, like Mark said, he had stayed up the night before. And, so I'm sure he was still in the same clothes. Couple more, guys. Couple more. You doing all right? I know this is rough stuff. But look how close you look. Look how much you have to pay attention. Now, the search that I participated in, was immediately after the child was reported as missing. And so we weren't necessarily looking for bones. We were looking for a body. Gail says, so was the older brother not made to go visit with Dylan? No, because at this point, Corey was 18. And so Corey didn't have to go by a court ordered, visitation. Okay. So if you remember yesterday when we watched the video with Elaine Hall, Dylan's mom, she mentioned that there were no footprints found. And she said that Dylan had very distinct marks, sole marks on the bottoms of his shoes. And here we see what she's meaning. If he would have stepped in that snow, we would have seen this. Keep in mind, this is up in the mountains of Colorado in November. Hell, it snows from freaking September to... This is a shoe that was found. People's Exhibit number 307. That's the condition of Dylan's shoe. This is animal activity. Bear with me. People's Exhibit number 310. Yeah, Dylan went alone. Against his will, sadly. He didn't want to go. And I don't blame him after seeing those pictures. All right, here is People's Exhibit number 312. Dylan's sock. And again, more up close. Correct, Debsy. There's the waistband to his underwear. And now see if you can find the kicker headphones. This is that same photo we showed earlier. Now that you know what you're looking for, now that you know what it looks like, it probably stands out to you in this photo. But these searchers had to go in it blind, right? They had to really pay attention and really, really look. There's another piece of evidence that was found. Give you a second to look at it. And now let me show you up close what they found. They found his finger. And just a moment. There's part of his skull. At the hands of his dad. I can't believe it either, Britt. That like I said, huge attention to detail. Now, those dark squiggly lines that you see there, those are the natural, you know, when the baby's born and they talk about having a soft spot on the top of the head and that how the skull is not completely conjoined together to allow for the brain to grow. So those, I forget exactly what they call them. It's going to come to me in the middle of the night. But they're naturally that zigzaggy, you know, if you didn't know what you were looking at, you would immediately think, oh my gosh, you know, that's the blunt force trauma, but it's not. Those are the natural, you know, marks that are in a skull. We'll get up a little bit closer. Here is the other side. And another angle of the skull. They go into a great detail about this skull and the markings that are on it. This gives you a better picture of those squiggly growth plates, or I forget exactly what they call them. Everyone's is different, how your head grows. It's quite interesting, actually. Now that there would not be a natural way that stuff grew, or the bones grew. It is amazing what they see on these bones. And I would need a refresher to actually know exactly what this People's Exhibit number 368 is showing. Like I said, I followed the trial a long time ago, so I'm rewatching it again with you guys in real time. This very well could be the cut marks, one of the cut marks that they saw. That's why I'm saying, Queen Petty. I think it was the cut marks. I don't really think that was showing the blunt force trauma. But I'll have to watch, watch with you guys. I'll see if I can get ahead a little bit. Here is, let me zoom in on it. Bear with me. See the little nick mark right there? Right by the arrow? It's teeny tiny. And this is what I'm saying. It's amazing what they can find. Yes, it's a sharp edge. Kudos to the searchers for their hard work. Absolutely. Absolutely. But see that mark right there, that line? That is not something natural. That is not something that should be there. Debs, I don't think they can tell. I think because they only found small pieces, the only thing that they were able to say for sure was the skull, because they actually found these sharp force marks on him, on the skull. I do not believe they found anything like that on those leg bones that we saw. I believe all the marks on those were proven to be from animals, if I remember correctly. And the skull was found 1.5 miles away. The rest of the bones were found just about 9 miles up an ATV trail that Mark Redwine was familiar with and was close behind his home. The skull was found 1.5 miles away from that. And that is where a lot of the animal testimony will come in, where they speak about, how far will a coyote or a mountain lion or, a bear or a whatever, how far will they take their prey? How far will they travel with it? What will they do? And the answer was not far. They got to eat it. They can't take the chance of dragging it, pulling it, taking it places. They weren't into that. This is a very interesting trial. Here you go, guys. Here's some more up close. Let me stretch it out a little bit. Here's marks. Sharp force marks. People's Exhibit number 371. Still looking at the skull. Here they put the arrows so we can see exactly what they were looking at in case you didn't see them. See how perfectly straight they are compared to And just a couple more, guys, and then I will let you go. Here's the arrow pointing to where that blunt force trauma was. If you notice that, I believe is to the back of his head, which, like I said, if he was in an argument and he's getting, he's pushed from his dad and he falls and hits that coffee table, so he dismembers him and then the animal's gone. Yes. Yes. The prosecution, their theory is that he took his head off so that he couldn't be identified and moved his head somewhere else. Okay, couple more, hang on. Here's on the inside. Of the skull. You're absolutely right, and in all of these cases, that's the case. That's exactly what any of them could have done. Like, walk away. Just walk away. Nothing is worth it, and if nothing more than here on this channel, Facing Reality, if nothing more, we look at this and we see how precious a life is, and we face that reality. That one blow to the head of falling down and hitting something can end a person's life, especially a child. I'm very excited to get into this trial with you guys and for us to really get into these details. I know that we're looking at it from an advantage point that you usually do not have in a trial. A lot of times you have to wait for this evidence to come out, and that's what we did. And they don't come right out and just say, hey, we found luminol, or we found blood with luminol inside someone's home, and we did they don't come out and tell you that. We all had to learn this, years later during the trial. So we're getting a little up close and personal view at all of this stuff. I'm trying to find you a couple more good ones. There's a lot more pictures of the skull. Just for some fun, I have pets, and some of you may be animal lovers as well. Here's one of the pups that helped in the search. And like I said, if I remember correctly, I think one of them passed away. Let's see. I'm gonna find something else that might be good. All right, here really quick, guys, just to give you something to kind of look at. This here kind of shows you the area at which these items were found. So up here at the top, we have the right femur. Below that was the tibia. Below that was the left femur. Then the sock and shoe. Down here towards the center of the circle, we have earbuds and the hair clump. And my apologies, that wasn't a finger, that was a toe bone. That was his toe. And his shirt pieces over here to the left. And then down here at the bottom is the scapula. Britt, I bet she does. I bet she does. Yeah. She didn't want to take him. This was the first recovery area that was found. She didn't want her son to go, especially after her son says he doesn't want to go. There's a lot of map photos that will show the area, and really maps out where the ATVs were. It maps out where someone had seen Mark out on one of those trails. A few other things. Here is a photo of Corey. This is Dylan's older brother. Oh, exactly, Debs. Corey feels horrible as well. And this picture here, I believe, was used for reference to show the way that the furniture was prior. Because, like I said, if you rearrange the furniture back to the way that it was, you would be able to see, where that luminol and stuff lines up. I'm not going to go through the map photos with you guys today. Some of them have been removed as well. I noticed there are some numbers missing for one, but they also have removed some of the exhibits. It goes up to 528. This was a list of evidence that they found. I'll get it switched to the correct way and post it for you guys. There was a medium-sized bone, a large bone fragment, small bone fragments, 1, 2, 3, 4 of those, blue Nike t-shirt, bone, part of a shoelace, fabric, white in color on the bark, bone shards, a collarbone, a banana peel with a Chiquita label, white clothing fiber, Miller Lite beer can, black clothing with silver lettering, Hanes underwear, elastic drawstring, feces with a bone in it, blonde hair, a large bone, and clothing fragments and part of a shoe. Imagine that being all that's left of your child after you sent them to go see their father. And this one here shows the difference. The recovery site 1 is over here on the left, and recovery site 2 is over here on the right. I believe recovery site 2 is where they found the skull. Before we leave, I hate that any of that would be your last video or your last image that you would have. So I want to leave you guys with this. There's Dylan. Let me stretch him out for you so you can see him. Got his tongue out. An innocent child who lost his life at the hands of his own biological father. Everything I just looked at, I did link down in the description below. It is a link to the Colorado judicial site. The way that they have everything laid out is very easy to manipulate and go through. Feel free to look at it for yourself. Those pictures of Mark are there. And I'll leave it for you to decide if something like that was enough, that if someone found out about it and someone confronted you about it, especially a little smart mouth kid. I'm not calling Dylan that, but I'm saying from his dad's point of view, I'm sure that's how he felt. I can imagine that that would be enough to shove him down, be mad, be aggravated. And in the heat of the moment, your strength is astronomical sometimes. People have been known to lift up cars and all kinds of crazy things whenever they're in stress and in need and in a state of panic and turmoil. And so I can imagine if he shoved Dylan, how hard that could have been and how fragile his little body actually was. We're going to get into all of this as we proceed through this trial. Today was just the opening statements. I appreciate you guys sitting with me through that. I know it was kind of hard to hear, hard to pay attention to at times. The trial gets a whole lot better. I will promise you that. When they're sitting there at the witness stand, we get a full view of them. They're right on the microphone. So it'll get a lot better. Oh, I could definitely, Deb. I could see him, I got a lot of things that, stank mouth, like all kind of stuff, I'm sure tensions were heavy. He did not want to go. And then he gets there and his dad, they don't even speak hardly in the airport or in the Walmart. And then he wants to go get McDonald's. No, man, let's just get McDonald's. Let's just go home. I'm trying to call my friend, trying to go to my friend's house. And if you notice, just like Letitia, they say stuff. And so Mark, he really kept, in both of those interviews, he hammered home how important Dylan's friends were to him and how much he wanted to see his friends and his friends. That was a touchy thing. He wanted to spend time with Dylan. He wanted to be able to do things with Dylan. So Dylan would go home and tell Elaine, oh, I did this with my dad. Dylan didn't want to see his dad. He wanted to go up there and see his friends. That pissed Mark off. And I'm sure when Mark popped off and said about your friends, Dylan popped off about you eating poop. And now Dylan's gone. It's a crazy case. It really is. Mark was ultimately convicted of second-degree murder and child abuse resulting in the death of a minor. He received 48 years. That was the most that he could have received per those charges. Woo. It's a rough one, guys. I appreciate you being here with me. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on your notification bell. That way you'll be notified when I go live. I've got a few things to do, and then I will go ahead and schedule that stream so you guys can click that notify me button. You can check out that evidence photo that I posted. Show it to somebody, see if they can find the kicker headbuds. Don't tell them what it is and where it is, because we want to see how close they pay attention to detail. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Yes, only 48 years. They should have given him life. I 100% agree. It's all in what they can, what they can prove. And second-degree murder was what they knew they could prove. That's why Casey Anthony walks, because they went in there with this massive, the highest they can get, and they couldn't prove it to the jury. So they sometimes they take it down. And while this, probably could have at some point been a first-degree murder, they knew they could get second. And so that's where they are. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Again, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern. Have a wonderful night.